and have sex often is probably some of the most extraordinary advice I never got. As a working mom, we get tired, exhausted, overwhelmed. But it is dangerous to neglect our husband's needs. And I'll explain to you why. Sex is such a huge part of a man's identity. It's the way he emotionally bonds with us. And it's crazy because God wired his body this way. When a man experiences an orgasm, his body releases the bonding hormone, oxytocin, in such extraordinary amounts. I mean, women experience it as well, but men do 400% times more. And so that skin-to-skin contact mixed with an orgasm creates deep connection. And I never just want to be a great mom. I never just want to be killing it in the workplace. But I desired for my husband to find me to be a good lover. Look forward to coming home to me. And through difficult conversations, because I was never taught this kind of stuff, I had to learn how to not look at sex as a chore or another responsibility on my to-do list, but enjoy my husband feeling respected and honored and wanted. Imagine if one day our husband came home and said, "I don't feel like having sex with you." We would be massively offended and hurt. And so men need sex. It's how they came from the factory. Never use sex as a weapon against your husband. And have sex often is probably some of the most
My oh my. Hey, listen, welcome to Little Black Book 91 today. We're giving you guys the big discussion. I will have a few people on a little bit later on in a minute or two. But oh man, I wanted to just play this video because I wanted to start off the conversation with this topic. Because I watched this video just a few days ago, and you know, it's interesting to see. It's interesting to see because first and foremost, I don't like her tone in the conversation. I'm not gonna be honest with you. I don't like her tone. And her tone is almost fake. I'm not saying that I don't believe what she's saying. I'm just saying it just sounded so fake. I found it hard to receive all the information she was given. But I wanted to start the show on violence. I wanted to start the show on absolute violence today. So, you know, we're going to talk about a few different things today. Big discussion. We'll be here for around about 2 hours. We're going to talk about, should you date multiple people while single? You know, black male worship. Why are successful men and women getting married later and having kids later? And is it bad for women to be too independent for too long? So we'll discuss those things on today's big discussion. But before we do, like it, because there's 70 to 79 of you guys. Make sure you like this particular video, share it, subscribe as well to this channel, because we want to see more of you and you want to see more of us. And click on that bell button for notification of the uploads. Listen, it's going to be amazing. But listen, let's just dive into this particular video before we start talking about the other 4 subjects we're going to talk about today. I really think it's going to be ooh, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. Okay, cool. Let's get into this. So she talks about obviously how important sex is for relationships, and I think what's so powerful about the topic is that I definitely agree with her in the sense of, look, sex is important for us. Let's keep it a buck, yeah. And we have spoken about this before. I got the men together and we spoke about this, how sometimes, ladies, I love you, but I gotta be real. Some of you be using, you know, I know some of you use sex as a weapon. Okay, some of them use sex as a weapon. All right, you know what I mean. And so I get it. You know, if and the example she gave is if her man was to come home like, look, I'm not giving you sex, it could be a problem, and I get that. You know, listen. Someone said not sex for relationships. She said for a husband. Hey, I hear you. But, you know, I think sometimes, and I always said as well, scripture also says, well, listen, do not deprive each other. And you know, do not create room for the devil. Except it be because you guys are fasting and praying. You know what I mean? Like, entertain one another. You know what I mean? You know, make sure you guys are satisfying each other. And that goes 2 ways. Okay, that means, ladies, please don't use sex as a weapon. And man, them also give good sex. Some of you are trash in bed and are refusing to learn. Okay, let's just keep it real. I know we started on violence straight away, but I want to start on violence. Okay, all right. It means, ladies, you know what? I know sometimes you're tired, but you know what? Just let him blow your back out a little bit. And man, them, please. When she lets you blow your back out, please give good blowback. Why are you giving you giving 3 minutes and then you going? It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. Okay, we need to not be having that sexual intimacy with our husbands and wives. Okay, this is a real conversation now. I'm not even playing around. It's a real conversation. Okay, man, them. Okay, we need to start giving weak sex. It's that simple. Because if you're going to be asking for women to want to be putting out when they come back from work, she said after a 12-hour shift, after a 16-hour shift, some people are working overnight shift. You want her to satisfy your world, please. Don't be one of those guys that are pumping, and you pump and you finish. And you roll over. This is not good practice. This is actually not a part of sexual intimacy. If you're a premature ejaculator, can I just say this for you guys out here? I know the conversation's going left, and I'm going to go left. And if you're a premature ejaculator, if you're somebody where sex, and you finish, we got to start playing around with the foreplay. Now, I know some people are Christians here probably saying, what is this boy doing? I don't give a heck. I'm here to save some relationships and some marriages. Listen, man, ladies, you can quote me on this. You can clip this part and send it to your husbands, your boyfriends, whatever, who's in this. If you have a penis that keeps failing you, please, I'm being very real right now. Focus on the foreplay. Sex is not wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Okay? All right? If we're going to be asking for ladies... if we're going to be asking for ladies to, someone said a question, I'm going to ask them in a second. If we're asking ladies to, even if they're tired, to, allow themselves to want to have sex with you, then my friend, please, while she's also stretching herself and gathering her strength, to want to lie with you, make sure it's worth it. Please, you're actually creating more problems. So if you know that part of your game in terms of sex is not so great, please, it's okay. Work on the other areas. Make sure, you know what? You got a tongue there. Use your tongue. You have a mouth. Use your mouth. You know what I'm saying? You got hot hands. Use your hands. You know what I'm saying? Don't just go straight to the finished product. Let's start with the foreplay. You don't know how to foreplay? Go and research on Google. This is real now because so many people are in these relationships and marriages where the husband just goes boom, 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 and he's done. And I hear it all the time. Listen, if you're going to please, I'm just saying, I want you to be able to literally also understand that sex is not just for you as a man. Sex is, as a woman said, powerful woman said, sex is not penis shaped. This is what our sexual therapist came on the show a few months back and said. Okay, but if you don't know how to foreplay, go and research. There's Google there. Better yet, there's even somebody who's even closer than Google. Your partner. Go and ask your partner, what do you like? Right? Because let me tell you this now, it's 2022. Women are making money. They're going out to work. Let me tell you this now. The cheating statistics are as close as they can ever be. My friend, if you play around, you could be on the bench real soon. My friend, fix up. You can't rest on your laurels anymore. We're not in Jesus' time. Okay, this one here, people can move mad whenever they feel like it. My friend, please, if you don't have the skills, go and learn. Google it. Listen, if you need to, if you trust your boys enough, ask them, bro, like, fam, this is my area of struggle. Put me to somewhere I can help. You know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Don't let your wife suffer. Because I played that video for a specific reason. If you're going to be asking your wife to come back on a 16-hour shift, 12-hour shift, overnight shift, working hard like you, and then you want to be requesting sex. Do you know what makes people want to come back? When the thing is good. Do you know what makes people not want to come back? when it's selfishly done and the sex is all about you. You get me? Yeah? So we open the show up on violence. I'm going to answer this question and I'm going to get my brother Corey on first. It says, is it okay to inform, educate men on why they are underperforming, or do all men take it as an insult? How do we do this? I'm too blunt sometimes. I need to work on that. I'm going to get my brother to come up and share his thoughts. Corey, I know we started the show on violence, but we started on violence. So this question here, I just want you to answer this question here as well. Okay?
All right. So first and foremost, I think you should have this conversation in the beginning of the relationship. I think it's something that we shy away from. You know, when we're talking about getting to know someone, well, we don't want to talk about sex. I don't want to talk about sex. You can have the conversation without, doing the act. You get to find out what your likes, dislikes are, his likes, dislikes are. And I think that's how you can build in that way. I've done that before. So it's been respectful. It's been mature. You can definitely have that discussion. But if you're already in it, and he's not doing those things that you love anymore, he's slacking or falling off, there should always be a check-in period. There should be a check-in period where you go to your partner and say, hey, everything good right there? Everything good in that room in there? You can do that. And when you do that, it's letting them know that you care enough to make them happy. It's an unselfish act at that point. But if you're just going about it, bop, and then next thing you know, you're out shooting ball or whatever the case is, you're not caring about how your partner feels after the interaction with you, then that's simply just selfish. So I do think everything starts with a conversation. I don't think you should sugarcoat it. I think you should say exactly how you feel, as far as what's working, what's not working. That's the reason for the conversation. Don't shy away from it. The perfect ideal partner for you is going to be able to accept how you communicate. So don't walk on eggshells when doing this. So I definitely believe that it's something that needs to be talked about, not just one conversation, but throughout the relationship, because needs and wants change all the time. So that's my 2 cents.
No, bro, I love that. And I think what's so powerful about this topic is because it relates back to communication within a relationship. Of course, sex is one of the most difficult topics to kind of talk about because we're grown in a particular society where sex is taboo. So it becomes a very difficult topic to talk about. But it is also one of the most important topics to talk about in a relationship because people want to be satisfied. People don't want to, be in a relationship and their needs are not being taken care of. What's important is that first and foremost, if you want to let a man know, we spoke about this last time, actually. We had a whole live on this about how to address this actual issue. There is nothing wrong, first and foremost, about on-the-job training. You know what I mean? On-the-job. I love that title, on-the-job training. Many of us have been at work before, and you're on the job, and you get trained whilst on the job. They don't wait for you to finish the job. They wait for you to be on the job, and you're being trained whilst on it. And how that looks is sometimes you just listen, hey, look, you know what? Move a little bit to the right. Babe, just slow it down a little bit, or go a little bit deeper, or, go a bit faster. And what you'll realize is this also helps improve your communication skills as well, because sometimes we don't want to say something because we're scared. We don't want to seem like we're doing too much or saying too much. But actually, sex is communication as well. So there's a need for that communication during sex. Like, nobody's going to know straight away what it is exactly. Do you know what I'm saying? Right? So I think we spoke about this before, Corey. Like, when I'm in sex, I'm gonna ask you, like, yo, is this working for you? Because as for me, in my brain, in my head, I want to make sure that you are also getting what you need to get out of this situation. I want to make sure you're having the best time of your life as well. So communication is important, that we discuss one another. So as that video played, as Dana was saying, men want sex. You're absolutely right. We do. We want that sex, you know what I mean? Nothing more, but something even more better than we want some sex. We want fire sex. And fire sex comes from when you two are in alignment, because you're also, if you don't have that chemistry straight away, but you're working on chemistry, because chemistry can be built up, right? Once I start to get to know you and know how your body moves and what you like and what you don't like, certain touches that you like, not everyone's touch is exactly the same. Corey, you know this well. Not every woman's body, when you touch it, is the same. So these are conversations that we have one another to let each other know, hey, that's my spot. That's not my spot. Okay, do you want? I like it when you touch it. Oh, and sometimes and this is why I know that some of you guys, especially, I'm talking to you guys, if you spend time with a partner long enough, yeah, even a year or two, spots change. A girl will tell you, "Oh my God, I didn't even know that was one of my spots." That's when I knew that. When you hear that, that's when you know that you guys are moving, that things do change. But if you don't stay in tune and you don't ask questions, you don't put yourself in a place where you can receive this information. As for me, hey, let me know. After you can do on the job training. We can do after the job review. You know what I mean? Feedback. Let me know. Hey, look, babe, look, I'm loving. And I always say this: when you let people know something, hey, babe, I love this. I love the session we just had. Do you know what can even be better? Is when you were getting into that position, just kind of slow it down a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Or, the last time the girl told me, listen, look, do you know what? That position that you did there was fire. I was like, oh, I didn't know. Why didn't you say that at the time? You know what I'm saying? We're over now. I'm putting up my shorts, man. What's wrong with you? You know what I mean? But you have to let people know. Do you know what I'm saying? But jumping that back in there for me, Corey.
Yeah. So, I definitely agree with what you're saying. I will say this, though. When you're talking to your mate about what it is that you want to make sure that you're not saying it as if they're doing something wrong necessarily, but just give them options of how to do it a different way. So if you say for that particular night, you want a slow and sensual, right? So if you want slow and sensual that night, just tell him, babe, tonight, slow and sensual. And then he'll know. Don't tell him, I hate when you do it so fast, or I hate when you go too aggressive. Don't tell him what you hate. Just provide a different alternative of what you're looking for. That way you don't have to worry about feelings being hurt, because some people can be very sensitive when it comes to the area of sex, so of this area. So just something to keep in mind. You on mute, Coach. Yeah,
thank you. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I love that as well. Ladies, if you want to come up here and give some thoughts, because I know the men always talk about it, but if you feel there's something that can contribute towards this conversation, we would love to hear your thoughts. I'll put the link. I'll put a link in the chat if you guys want to. I'm going to put it on subscriber mode so that no one else can jump in. But if you want to contribute, the links in the next topic. But Corey, obviously, what Dana was kind of saying, do you agree what she said when she was talking about how men need sex? Is that necessarily true, or is that something that's a kind of society's kind of inbuilt in us? What's your kind of thoughts around that?
Absolutely. We need sex no matter what. We know we disappointed you. We know we said something that you didn't, that you weren't flowing with at that time, but we still want what we want. We can have an argument, and then 10 minutes later, we're still expecting it. We're still wanting it. And that's just in our DNA is how we're kind of built. And in that sense, it can seem like we're insensitive to what your needs are, what your wants are at that particular time. It may seem like we're disregarding it, but that's not the case. It's just that we have that want. And sometimes, to be honest with you, guys look good. You can look sexy when you're upset. So we kind of transition that into our minds, so it'll be a little bit different, a little bit different way. So not saying that it's right or wrong, but I'm just saying that's just something that men, we do sometimes. We find a way to incorporate a saying, an action into something sexual. So, so do we need it? That is an understatement. We definitely need it. Definitely.
Love that. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I think for us, or at least for myself, I think how I've viewed sex in the past, or not even in the past, even currently, there's when you're in a relationship, sex is one of those ways that it draws us closer to the person as well. It's one of those expressions of love and appreciation. And like I said, I've been seeing sex in a different way. I think when I was younger, I saw sex as, something that you have to do, something that's enjoyable, something that's pleasurable. And then I think now when I see sex as a way of communicating, a way of appreciating the chemistry and the connection that we have, and actually is another way of, another way of building this bond with you. You know what I mean? I think what I've been seeing of late the last few years when I looked at sex and when I've engaged in it. Let's be honest, I've engaged in it, guys. So I'm not gonna lie to you. So I think the one thing I've really craved within sex is just the closeness that it brings, you know what I mean? And I think that changed the way I dealt with sex. It wasn't just about, It was more of a case, and I'm not even saying about making love per se, but I'm saying about taking my time now to really explore and actually enjoy sex, but enjoy sex with you. Do you know what I mean? So the communicational aspect parts where I'm like, okay, what do you like? What don't you like? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it changes the way that you see the person. You know what I mean? So yeah, for me, I think when you take sex to a different level where you don't just look at it as just wham bam, thank you, ma'am. I think there's another way to, you know, there's another way to look at sex in a more deeper aspect. There's a connection that comes from it that when you actually have intentions behind it, whoo, Chile, take you to another place, my friend. You know what I mean? Someone said a custom experience. JR said both need sexual chemistry and intimacy as it makes them feel wanted and attracted to their partner. True. Women think it's us and sometimes it's medical. Men are not a monolith too. That is true. Listen, and do you know what? I wanted to even talk this part, because let me tell you something, guys. Let me tell you something. I think our brother has gone off, so I think he'll come back. Let me tell you something. Oh, okay, he's still here, Corey. Okay, he's still here. Okay, let me tell you something. Yeah, he's still there, so I'll bring him back. He's just frozen. Let me tell you something that happened. So, for any guy watching, this is a really important part, right? I experienced ED for the first time.
Whoa. You experienced what?
ED, bro.
Oh, wow.
ED.
Well,
I've never in my 30 years had an ED situation. And then one day I had one. And let me just be so real with you. And it was surreal for me. And I'm talking about this because I think this is like a lot. I didn't realize how many men go through this. Boy, when I did a stats research, I was like, I want to do research on it. No, I'll be real. I want to do research on it. Because I always said when I said to God, when I explore sex, I want to be able to understand it all. When this happened, yeah. I don't know how to explain it, guys. I don't know how to explain it. See, when it happened, I told my boy, and he was like, maybe you were nervous. Maybe, you know, I was not nervous. I was not anxious. I was not feeling some type of way. The girl was leng. I found her attractive. There was nothing wrong. I still think part of it's spiritual, but hey, anyway. But I don't know what happened. Right? This situation, I remember just about to engage in sex. Everything was fine. And then just as I was about to engage in the full-on activity, the thing just went shh. And I said, what the frick? Let me tell you something. Yeah? Let me tell you something. The stress that I felt in that moment was different. And it's because you have a large gun. Anchor. Listen, Jay Vickers, I think God said no. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I think God said no. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think God said no. There was no guilt. I didn't have any of that feeling. I was moving mad. There was none of that. There's none of that. Okay. I can't tell you exactly what actually happened. Maybe one day I'll be able to. Maybe God will reveal it to me. But literally, I was there. I was ready to enjoy. You know what I'm saying? And then, no medication, nothing. I'm saying no medication. You know, I work out constantly. Nothing was. It literally was just in this moment. By the way, it's never happened again. That's fine. We good now. But at the time, and I'm talking about this because I think for men, this is such a scary thing to happen, right? Bro, I think it was, David. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think it was. I'm not gonna lie to you. I personally think it was. Now, one day I'll tell you the full story and I'll tell you why I think it was that. But yeah, it was not natural. I'll be honest with you. But what it did allow me to do is experience two things that I've never experienced before. Not only did I experience ED, I experienced low libido. And I mean low. Thank God it's come back, because boy, I'm telling you this now, I was in a place of disarray.
Man, listen.
Bro, I don't know how to explain this, like, to people to understand, but I'm so glad I went through it, because now I can honestly talk to other men who've gone through it and actually counsel them through it. Because let me tell you this now. Any man who has this situation, God forbid, it's not something you want. I'll be honest with you. The ED was one thing, right? Stress can cause it. Yeah, I wasn't stressed. I was making money. I was killing the game. Y'all saw me. I was living life. I was enjoying. I was lavishing. There was nothing wrong physiologically. I looked for the thing. I know they say sometimes you're mental. You can mentally kind of psych yourself out. There was nothing like that, and there was nothing like that in terms of me being mentally or physically anything like that. It was nothing like that, right? So honestly, after the situation, I remember I said to God, God, I know I'm sinning him, so just bring back the libido. Let me just bring back libido. I don't care. Listen, Lord, I'm so sorry. I don't care. Bring back the libido. Bring back the libido. Yeah? I was stressed. I was stressed, bro. Because I remember I promised this girl, listen, you're going to get it. I promised her big style, everything. And I failed on the line, right? So I'm just feeling stressed. And I remember I'm sitting in a room and I'm looking at the girl and like, and you know when you say, I'm like this, it's never happened before.
Wow.
I'm like, this has never happened before, right? This has never happened before to me. And in my head, I'm like, I bet she's probably thinking, she's chatting so much deadness, because I would be thinking the same thing. You know what I mean? I would be thinking the same thing. I've been chatting the worst, bigging up myself, talking about how I'm gonna lay the thing down, and I get there, and then rah, man can't deliver. So in that moment, yeah, what you say, Corey?
No, I just wanted you to gut yours in, because, man, I feel for you, bro. I'm gonna tell you why, because it's something that's never happened to me. I gotta be honest, it hasn't happened to me, but it's something that I fear that it's gonna come eventually one day, right? But in your situation, you gotta look at it from a lot of different angles. You gotta look at it from one angle of, it could have been protecting you from that woman. That woman may have had something that she could have given you. So that could have been something. You know, you said it's the Holy Spirit. It could have been a lot of different things. Especially you say you want any type of medication, and you know, you're normally good. But man, you talking yourself up, doing the big talk beforehand. Yeah, man, I wouldn't do that. I've never done that.
But I normally do that anyway.
I'd rather let my performance speak for itself. You know what I mean? I don't big, talk big about what's going on, what happened for me. But I'd feel you on that, man. It's tough though. But you know, a lot of people are taking these drugs. A lot of people are taking the Viagra, and they're too young. They're 20 years old taking this Viagra and Cialis. So my thing is, okay, you're going to get to a point where your body's going to get used to that, and there's no longer going to be helpful when you really do need it. So I don't take that stuff, man. I just yeah.
But can I be honest again? And this is a real conversation. Like, and we're gonna go into our topics in about 15 minutes. So just give us some time, guys. We'll be there in 15 minutes. But this is honestly like, in that I'll tell you, because obviously when it happened, I'm sitting on the edge of the bed and I'm like, what's going on? And so, but coupled with the ED, I'll tell you this something that else that happened, which I really think was more scary than ED. ED is one thing which you can get scared about, right? But this other thing was happening before. So I'll tell you something that I didn't share with you guys before that. Before I got to that place, I don't know how to explain it, and that's why I said it was spiritual. Before that session with the girl was gonna happen, like a few weeks before that, my libido just went. I don't know how to explain it. One day it was there, the next day it had gone. And I'm talking, I don't know how to explain it. Like, you know when you feel, I felt empty. Like when because I'm quite someone might say red-blooded male. You know, I'm quite. You guys see me. I'm very flirtatious. You know, the wind can blow and I get excited. So when none of that is happening, bro, I'm talking, bro, like nothing. Like I wake up in the morning. You know, us as men, when you wake up in the morning, the blood is flowing. Nothing. Nothing. Listen, I can watch a scene on TV. I'm not moved by nothing. Literally nothing was making me move. And that's when I said to myself, oh my God, if any man has a low libido, I was here thinking to myself, how'd you get a low libido? And I don't know how I got to that place anyway, but thank God it's cured. It's not like that anymore. But I said, I'm looking at it now and I'm going, oh my God, if you're a man like this in this position, what do you do? Because I had literally no desire for sex at all. None. Zilch. So when it did come to that event and then that goes down, I'm like, whoa, what's going on here, kids? You know what I mean? What's going on here, kids? You know what I mean? What's going on here? But what I learned from those things, like I said, at the end of it, when I came out of the other end, I can't even explain to you. It was a weird thing. I'll spend a bit, maybe choose a better time to tell you the full story so I can explain it so people can fully understand what's going on. But I could feel myself thawing out. So like I was cold, I was frozen, and then I could feel myself thawing out, and I could feel the libido coming back again. So when it was coming back, I remember, and like I said with the ED situation, right? I remember to myself, asking myself, would it work again? Would it ever work again? I asked myself, would it ever? And you know, like you almost can't trust your body at that point in time, innit? Thank God, obviously, it works. But just again, what do you say, bro?
I was saying you started second guessing life at that point, you know,
bro. Let me tell you something, fam. I'm not gonna lie to you. I almost thought about ending it. I was thinking about ending it. I was thinking about ending life because it's like I know people think like it's not a big, like I know it's probably not thinking that it's not the worst thing in the world, right? But I've never experienced that before. So my body's completely doing something it's never done before. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when it's doing something completely you've never done before, and you don't know why it's happening, I don't feel stressed. I felt stressed then after I've realized it's happened. But what was going on? My whole body has just literally deaded. And I remember calling my friend and telling her and saying, "Yo, something's wrong with me, you know." Nah, I feel like something's wrong with me, Kez. Like nothing's responding. It's like I was literally just sitting there. I remember I was talking to one girl, and I didn't feel nothing. I just felt dead. I was just like, whoa.
So
you know what I mean?
So do you feel like it, or did you experience it just at that moment, or was it like throughout the day, or was it through the next day?
Bro,
overnight?
fam, for about a month.
Oh yeah,
I had this feeling of a low libido, bro. Low libido. You know what I'm saying? For a month, I had that low libido. And I mean, when I say low, it's like, bro, I couldn't get excited. I couldn't even have no blood was going around my body. I'm not feeling anything. Do you know what I'm saying? Now, if I had a partner, yeah, I definitely believe God blocked it. I'm not gonna lie to you. Not necessarily, maybe not because the person was bad, but maybe it just wasn't meant to be. But then I realized, so then it made me think. And the reason why I mentioned all of this because it made me think of the conversation that what's his name? The guy that's an actor and his girl, they do a podcast, and I'm trying to remember their names. Light skin. What's his name?
From where?
They're a married couple. And they're light skin, and they have what do you call it? They have a podcast together, but I can't remember their name. The guys on BET show Sisters.
They have a podcast.
What's his name? Yeah, they have a podcast together.
I don't watch Sisters, so I don't even know.
DeVell Ellis. Yeah, DeVell Ellis. Yeah, thank you, Sean. DeVell Ellis and the Ellises, yeah. They spoke about how her libido dropped after pregnancy. And I remember thinking to myself, how does your libido just drop like that? What do you mean? Like, I remember being insensitive about the situation, right? About being insensitive about the libido drop. But when it happened to me, bro, it shook the core of me, fam. To think about, first and foremost, I appreciate sex. But 2, I appreciate libido. Number 3, I also appreciate the fact that relationships, if built on sex, if this ever happens to your relationship, you're dead. Because if your relationship is based on just sex, you're finished. Because if that ever happens to somebody, what are you going to do?
Yeah, that's a good point.
You know what I mean?
Really good point.
But anyway, what are you gonna say, Black Corey? Say your piece, and
Yeah,
and
man.
we'll move
That's
on to
that.
proper topics.
I mean, like I said, my hat goes off to you because you definitely were vulnerable with that one. Because it's a lot, and it's a true thing that we all go through, or we all will go through at some point. You know, but to feel that way, I was just thinking it was just for that day, but for you to feel that way for a month, man, I'll probably feel the same way you feel. You know, if things weren't working like you always known it
Huh.
to work, that's a problem. That's a huge problem. And so I definitely understand where you're coming from with that. And I understand how it was concerned. Was it a long time from now? Was it a while back? Were you like 5 years younger? Was it 2 years younger? Like was it? Okay,
No,
gotcha. All right,
it's
gotcha.
recent. No, it's
So,
recent. Oh no, I'm not gonna be. I don't need to lie.
okay,
It's
okay,
recent.
okay,
It's
okay.
recent. Yeah,
Wow.
man.
Yeah, man.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's working now, fantastically. But just saying,
yeah. Fantastic. We are a go.
it's stronger than better. It's stronger than better than before. But I it just made me have more compassion, right?
Yeah,
More compassion for when women say that, like, for instance, after pregnancy, they don't feel that libido anymore to like necessarily be having sex all the time. I have the compassion now. You know what I mean? Because bro, I'm telling you, I wish that on no man ever. I don't want any man to go through that situation I went through, bro. The
No
ED is one
woman
thing,
either.
huh?
No woman either. Hold on now.
hey,
Can
No,
you hear
yeah,
me?
you know, yeah,
there you go.
we got you, we got you. We're just saying for us as men, okay? We
That
got,
shit's,
yeah.
excuse my French, but it's scary as hell, Kojo. I had the same feeling. And
Have you
I
ever
was
gone
one
through
of
it,
them.
Jay?
Yes, I recently too just went through it and I was going crazy. I went mad. I had to call my sister-in-law. I had to talk to doctors. I was like, something is not right. I never ever felt like this, even after having my daughter. I never felt like that. And I was just like lost for words because I could not get turned on by my own thoughts, by anything I seen,
Yeah.
nothing, nothing. And I was scared as heck. I think my sister-in-law is the only thing that helped me get through it because she said it happened to her at one point. And I was like, okay. She was like, it might take some time. For her, it took a lot longer to come back. It came back for me now. But for her, it took a lot longer to come back. But she was just like, you might have to just try different things with your partner, buy toys, go out on more dates, just try different things because somewhere you're just not stimulated or just your adrenaline is like turned off for whatever reason. But it might come back. And I was just like, thank God it did because I was freaked all the way out.
You know
Do
what?
you think there was anything that was affecting that, or do you think it was just one of those things where it just
I thought, okay, so I recently, like last year, I had elected hysterectomy because of
okay?
fibroids. And so I was thinking at first prior to getting the surgery that it might happen, but because I talked to the doctors, had partial, they was like, no, it shouldn't happen or whatever. And because it was so late after recovery that it started to do that, I couldn't figure out why. But when I was talking to other doctors, they were saying, well, you're getting back in shape, you're working back out, and your body is probably more healed right now. So you're still going through another phase as it's continuing. So that could be it. But I had no clue because I was just like, it's months later. Why is this happening all of a sudden now? Like right after surgery, I was ready to go. Like all of a sudden, I can't go. And I'm telling you, I've never ever felt this way unless I was like, if I was single, it's a different story. But having a partner and being like this, I've never felt like this, even after having a daughter.
You know what? It's interesting you say that, Jay, because I do know that women do go through these type of things too. And when you guys do that, a lot of men are familiar with that because when it happens, we're starting to think that you're shying away from us, especially like you said, being in a committed relationship. Your partner is their hormones is not like where it was when you guys first started dating or talking and
Yeah.
getting in a relationship. And then now you're at a point where those feelings, those hormones have subsided. So now you're not as willing to play the part. And now your man looks at you as a woman being a part of this. The man looks at you like, okay, what's going on? Like, are you no longer attracted to me? You no longer want me? Do you no longer need me? Like he starts having those doubts because you being his woman and how you feel and how you look at him is so important. And he needs to know, he needs to be reassured that you're still attracted to him. And
Corey,
in that,
you saw on point. I didn't mean to cut you off, Corey. You saw on point because we actually had to sit down and have that talk, and I had to really assure him it was not him. It's really something going on with me, like literally. And I was like, you're doing everything you possibly can to try to get me in the mood, but I can't get my head, like my head cannot get in it. I can think of things and the feeling will not stay. It was fleeting. As fast as I get the feeling, it was gone.
yeah.
And so I had to like really go down because he was really blaming himself. He was really looking at himself like, you don't want me, you're not attracted to me, you must be somebody else. It's like, you know how you go through all those things in your head. And I was just we had to really have a whole sit down talk and just like, let's just try a whole bunch of things first before we just really try to say it's one or the other.
The thing about it though is that, when you're in a relationship and you have these sit down conversations, that can be very beneficial. But when you have these conversations like this type of topic, what you say matters. We're hearing what you're saying. We're understanding what you're saying. We understand that your hormones are not where we used to be. You may not have the energy like you used to have. We can understand that, but we still want what we want, and we still see or feel the way we feel. And I know that doesn't help much, but it's a situation where there is a want or a need for something. You can't necessarily provide it at that time, but that person still is understanding of that. But that want and need does not go away because you're going through what you're going through. You see what I'm saying? So it still be a little bit of pushback or a little bit of like, hey, just want to, it's like reconfirming. And the only way that it's not going to resonate to him as it being a he issue is you actually doing the act, which is something that you already said you can't do.
No, it was definitely a pushback. It was definitely all of that because I can give it to you, but I'm just not into it, and he can feel that.
Yeah.
And it was like it's hard for me to fake, period. So I can't just fake that, and I would try, but he could tell. So it was a rough thing, and we just had to have like a lot of conversation behind it. And I'm glad that he was just understanding. And it's probably because we had a scenario like Kojo's where we first got together, where he was talking about a mess and it didn't go down. But I was understanding. And so we had a nice conversation that day about things. And then other things transpired. It was like, okay, well, you can't handle me that way, but you can handle me another way. It's okay. We good. But, so it was like vice versa in this moment. So it was just good to have a partner that want to have a conversation with you, and we both sit and just listen to each other and really just understand where the other person is coming from.
This is real. I'm hearing you. Chloe Johnson, it's good to have you in the conversation. Sean, it's good to see you as well. We say, did you want to talk about what we were just talking about? Or you...
I did.
Go for it.
I wanted to say that I went through that, but I had suffered a miscarriage, so my body was just off whack.
Sorry to hear that.
Afterwards, I had the urge. Everything was there. The body wasn't responding. So you know how, like you said, like you just couldn't get where you need to go. I couldn't get where I needed to get to make it pleasurable, right?
Yeah.
So I looked it up and I started taking these vitamins. They like Ali. They Libido for women. They help boost the libido for women, and they work. Like they help, get turn some things on. And because I never lost the urge. It wasn't about not wanting to do it. It's just that when the act started, the body wasn't responding properly. So those work. I say after like a week, it was like, okay, let's go. So I mean, sometimes you do have to do a little bit of something sometimes for your body, like vitamins and stuff like that. Is also very important in general. So I just decided to add something else to the vitamins.
No, that's real. Listen, hey, we need more solutions because, like I said, obviously mine was temporary, but if it had been prolonged longer, I would have been looking for every option underneath the table that I could do to get it fixed. Because and I
don't need. I mean, I didn't need them no more after the a week or so. Everything was back to normal. But sometimes you gotta seek alternative ways, I should say.
Mm.
It wasn't like one of them gas station pills or nothing like that. It was a natural supplement to, like, just help, boost it up so the body can respond properly.
Not the gas station pill.
Oh no, we not doing those.
Are you laid out somewhere?
No, that's raw. That's raw. No, I appreciate you guys even sharing in that conversation, because I know it was a bit of a mad one. I'm probably thinking to myself, he work about violence, but I just thought I'd just talk about it. Just sometimes we have to have these real conversations, and maybe we'll have another conversation around this. Actually, a proper conversation where we have other people to come and give their their perspectives and stuff like that. Because I think this is real. You know what I mean? Like, how do we discuss this with our partner? How do we have conversations around these kind of things? Because if these things do happen, so what do we do when this happens in a relationship? You know what I mean? If your libido goes, or you're not feeling sex, like how do we discuss this? How do we let the other person know? Like Jay was saying, how do we let the other person know it's not them? It's just our body's just not responding. You know what I mean? Because I'm a person that probably would have taken it the same way that Jay's man would have taken it. I've been like, it's probably me. I need to do something different. And I'm telling you this now. When it happened to me, I tried everything in that moment to try and make myself excited, and nothing worked. And I was just like, all right, yeah, give it up, bro. I tried everything. I was like, yeah. But anyway, so let's get on to our actual topic. Sorry, guys. I know. I'm not sorry, actually. I'm happy I took it there. Let's go into our conversation today. We are talking about, should you date multiple people while single, black male worship, why are successful men and women getting married later on and having kids later? Is it bad for women to be too independent for too long? All right, let's start with our first topic. Should you date multiple people while single? Should you date multiple people whilst single? This is a big conversation. Should you date multiple people while single? Sean, I know you haven't said much because the conversation was a bit wild, but I want to get your thoughts on this particular topic. Should you date multiple people while single? Talk to me, bro.
Oh, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the level of how serious you get is gonna, be based on what you can handle. But I definitely think it's good to date different people, because you're gonna, I'm single now, from being divorced, right? But prior to that, I had the ability to experience different people, get to see what I liked, what I didn't like, what different people bring differently out of you. So I think it's good to kind of to have that experience. Sometimes if you just settle in on one person, that's all you know, and then you can kind of just get transfixed on that one particular person versus getting to know different people and seeing the variety.
What do you define as dating for you personally? How do you define that we're dating? Like, how do you define that?
Well, if we regularly talk, spending time together to some capacity, could be going out to eat or hanging out in some capacity with the person. So I think that all entails dating.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Corey, what's your thoughts? Should you date multiple people while single? Let us know your thoughts on why.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You said Chloe or Corey?
Oh, sorry, I said Corey. Sorry, my bad. Chloe, my bad. I said it that way. My bad, Chloe. Go for it, Corey.
Yeah. So, for me, I do think it's good to date multiple people when you're dating. The reason for that is because you need to explore to see, what it is you like, what it is, if it's something different than what you think you like. A lot of times we find new experiences with new people, things that we liked before, we may be able to see it in someone else. But I will say this, I will say that you should put a cap on how many people you're dating at one time, because as one person, you can't spread yourself so thin. You can't,
Okay.
Dating 4 or 5 different people is putting yourself in a situation where you don't have time for you. And that time for you is also important. So be mindful of that. If I'm in a situation, if I'm single, if I was dating, I would narrow down to maybe 2, just 2 at one time. It also becomes complicated too. I know you probably hit this on this too, Coach. But if you're making the decision to become sexually active while you're dating, So if you have one person that you're doing that with and you're not with the other, when the other one comes tapping on your door saying, hey, it's time, we've been dating for a while. So a lot goes into that. You know, how long do you date these two people before you make a decision of which one you want to be in a committed relationship with? You can't keep it going on for 6, 8 months to a year, you know, doing that. So you have to have an end game in store. You know, you just can't keep going on and on. But yeah, I would say two people, but do what you can, but just keep it in mind that, you know, don't spread yourself too thin.
Okay, so you're saying two people.
Yeah, for me, I mean,
Okay.
that's my tap. A cap out of
All
that.
right, cool. All right, cool. I like that. Wait. Before you go, when you say dating, what is that? What is that again? What do you mean? What is dating for you? Sorry.
Okay, so dating is the phase after friendship. Like when we establish a friendship, I like you. I want to get to know you in another area, like in the taking you out, spending quality time with you, and the courting phase is a part of dating as well. So, yeah, that happens right after the friendship. Once we make the decision that we want to both pursue each other in a relationship,
Okay.
towards a relationship.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Chloe, jump in for me.
Absolutely. I dated multiple people, not multiple, but a few people when I met my husband. And we were dating for a while, and I was dating other people, and I kept saying, I don't want anything serious. I had just got out of a heartbreak or whatever. So what happened was, I ended up being more drawn to my husband. Out of all the people that I was dating, he just kept my attention the longest. And it even got to a point where he was like, look, it's either us or nothing. So like you need to make up your mind. You keep saying you don't want nothing serious, but I'm not about to keep it going back and forth with you and everybody else. So I think it comes to a point where it's like you have to see who you're more drawn to, more attracted to, who's really putting in the work, who's really invested in you versus everyone else that you're dating. And if they're giving you the same energy and who you're also drawn to, because although you may be talking to more than one person, at the same time, you're always going to be drawn more to another one. So it was like, even though I was seeing other people, I was like, I really just want to go see him tonight. Like, I really just want to hang out with him today. Like, you know, that type of thing. So it's very important to date because you get to see the options and you also get to see where your heart leads you to and who's actually drawn to you as well without being, you know, in this sunken place where you only focus on one person as well. You know what I mean?
Okay, I like that. Appreciate it. Chloe, just for you as well. What does dating look like though for you? What does dating look like?
So dating for me is basically talking, texting, going out, you know, just having fun, enjoying each other's company, flirting. I mean, if it's like, you know, some people may, you know, depending on what type of relationship you have with each individual, that could involve sex. It could be, you know, just hanging out, having fun. It just depends on the, you know, what level of dating you are in with that person. Because you know, you have some when you're dating, you may kiss this one and you may have sex with that one. Like you know, things we grown, right? So it's just different levels to everything. But I just think that dating is basically knowing that you're feeling this person in a romantic way that can possibly lead to a relationship.
Love that. Thank you, Chloe. Good boss. Lola, it's good to have you aboard. Haven't heard from you in a long time, sis. I know you're working hard out here.
Hey, yeah, what's up? You know what? It's in the middle of the year, but I still want to say Happy New Year. You know, I moved, so I'm back in Atlanta. So it's just, you know, trying to reshuffle. But this topic was too, like, I'm on the way to the gym. That's why it's like semi-darkness. But it's too good just I couldn't resist it. So I just get jump in, tell you a couple cents. So first of all, I want to say I appreciate the fact that you're so open about sex because literally what makes the world go around? Food, sex, money. I don't know, add other things to it, but sex is a big thing. And I think a lot of the time, particularly for women, we don't speak up about what we want and how we want it for a variety of reasons. First and foremost, I think a lot of time in relationships, we are not that intimate. You can have sex with someone and not be intimate. And so we're too shy. We don't speak up. Second of all, there are men out there. I'm not talking bad about the men, but I think there are men out there that actually just want to get off. They want to use a human being as a vessel. So they don't even care if you're getting anything. So I think there's that thing. And then you know what? Third of all, some women don't know what they want. They don't know what makes them. So there's so many things there. But to jump forward into what you're talking about dating, personally, I think dating is, you know, gathering data. Dating is gathering data. In my opinion, I don't think it should include sex because you don't know who they are. Now, of course, if you're just in it just to have a quick good time, then by all means definitely have sex. But if you're in it looking for a relationship, I think dating should just be gathering data, which is why I believe you should be dating more than one person, because you can't really put all your eggs in one basket. Really, when you look about the show we talk about all the time, which is Ready to Love, that's the reason why when people kind of fall off or something goes wrong, it's because they put all their eggs in one basket. And then, of course, something falls short. So dating should be more than one person. And really, you should just get to know that person. And don't be, I feel sometimes people feel the pressure to want to meet up to what that person wants, meet up to that person's expectations. And it shouldn't be like that. You're looking for something, he's looking for something. You both should kind of meet in the middle. So you really want to be honest, not necessarily telling them what you want, but finding out who they are and you tell them who you are.
I love that. Lola, before you go, what's dating to you? What does dating look like to you?
Dating looks like meeting up with someone in different places, public places, changing ideas, exchanging ideas, trying to find out who they are. What do they stand for? Do they actually fit into who I am? Do they fit into what I believe in? Do they match me? Because I feel a lot of times, sometimes women, particularly now more so than in the past, we feel some kind of pressure because they talk about the averages and the percentages of there's more women than men. We feel we want to meet them where they are, but they won't meet us where we are. So you really want to find out, does this man meet me where I am? Does he check the boxes? I'm not talking about does he have to be rich? Does he have to be 6'5"? No, but who is he as a person? And does he really gel with who I am as a person? Because once you kind of meet there, as you go into a relationship, this is when, if because sex is not perfect every time. You're gonna be with someone. Maybe if you're 16, it won't happen. But once you get a little older, some things just don't work all the time, and you want to be able to have a real conversation, like, oh, well, da da da, and you want to be able to tell him, like you said, you want to be able to tell him what you like. But I think more importantly, which is why I love you brought it up, is sometimes as a man in that relationship, you want to be able to tell what she likes, find out those spots. She doesn't have to, coach you on everything. You should be willing. So I think that comes into the point when you get to know each other. When you know this person actually cares about who you are as a person and not what you look like, then those things kind of go hand in hand.
Appreciate it. Okay, cool. Appreciate it. Thank you, Lola, as always. Bars upon bars. Hey, Everyday Chanel, talk to me. How you doing, sis? You all right?
Hey, I'm can't believe I'm in here. How you doing? I've been such a fan. I've been following you for years now. So it's just a pleasure to come and participate and actually talk to you. You're always dropping knowledge. So it's my pleasure to be here and add to the conversation.
Appreciate it. We're talking about dating. Should you date multiple people while single? I want to get your perspective. Should we date? Should we date multiple people? Should we be dating multiple people? While single.
So this is funny. I like got into this conversation. I'm leaving work. I'm outside of the chicken spot getting me chicken. I'm from Chicago. I'm outside of this place called Harold's Chicken. If you ever go to Chicago, if you know about Chicago, this is our chicken spot. So in this conversation about should you date multiple people, it's kind of what I'm in right now. Dating multiple people for the first time in my life, because I've always been one of those girls who's like, I'm going to date you, I'm going to stick with you, I'm going to ride this thing till the wheels fall off, and then I'll go on to the next person. But in the interim, I realized I missed some opportunity with some potentially great guys, in terms of, like the vetting process. I'm a program manager for a culinary program. And when I'm interviewing students, I interview a lot of them. I just don't interview one and just stick with that one. So in this season of like dating multiple people, I feel like for the first time in my life, I would say yes, date multiple people, but you have to establish boundaries. I heard somebody say earlier in terms of like your physical contact with everybody, in terms of like kissing or sex or whatever the case may be, making sure the boundaries you know, is set with everybody. And I think in terms of dating multiple people, for me, there's always one person that is a little bit above the rest that you kind of like a little bit more. And you're just trying to see if they're going to act right so you can just let the other people go. So I think that for women, it's something that we have to. I know a lot of my friends or whatever, because I'm a Christian. I'm a church girl, where you're just not taught that, and so it's like you kind of have to learn how to maneuver it, like with your boundaries, and actually feel like it's okay. You're not cheating on anybody. You're not married to anybody. You're not in a dating relationship. I mean, you're not in a committed relationship with anybody. And I like to be honest. and be like, hey, like, we're just dating, so I may be seeing other people too. So, if you catch me, at Roof Chris on a date, like, don't get don't get mad or anything like that. Just this is where we're at in the process, like, and just really respecting the process, and also not getting jealous if they're dating somebody else.
Mm. Mm. That's a good topic. We're going to come back to that. I like that you've touched on that. That's a good topic. That jealousy is a good topic. Jay, I know I haven't heard your thoughts. Should you date multiple people while single? If you're there, Jay.
I'm gonna pretty much say what everybody else has said on here already. I think so. It's good to have your options and exercise them, but I am not the best serial dater at all. So I'll put it like this. I would say date as many people, not have sex and be so physical with a lot of people. That confuses things. You'll have people that you're really interested in, you probably align with really well, but the sex might not be as up to par as somebody who is a F-boy, F-girl situation. And sometimes you might choose that person over what you're supposed to be with when you put the sex involved in it. So I'll probably say be more hesitant until you're really sure about that person. That's the one you want. Even though I'm the type of person that like to test drive a car before I buy it.
Okay.
So it's hard sometimes to do that, especially as you start to get more and more attracted to a person or persons. But especially with all these things that's going around, that's what stopped me from being such a serial dater, because of course I want to test drive cars and I don't want no breakdowns or anything in the process of it. So I end up just sticking to a person a lot sooner. But when I watch my sisters, I kind of envy them on that aspect, because they are good at going out on dates, getting to know people, and not wanting to be physical with them so soon, that they can actually weed out who is not that great for them. So, I think it's up to you how you like to do it, really. But I would say in the long haul, date more while you can before you lock in on somebody and find out some years later that they wasted all your time or you wasted all theirs and you're not fit for each other.
Can I clarify something real quick?
Go for it, yeah.
I don't mean like having sex with all of them and kissing all of them. What I'm saying is that sometimes in the dating process that happens if you feel that chemistry between you and that person. Not everybody. But sometimes if you're feeling someone a lot more than the other people you're dating, you may get more intimate with them, and that's how you end up weeding out who you want versus who you don't want.
Can I say something about
that? Wait, and Chloe, before you go, Lola, I just want to make sure, Chloe, I was not judging anybody for doing it. I'm just telling you that I have a hard time doing it. That's all I'm saying. I be woke to sometimes,
But I don't mean sleep with everybody, but I mean, we grown. Sometimes it happens.
Yeah, it do.
But that also is a level of when you start to get to that commitment status. Like now it's just really just us two. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
I hear you. Go for it, Lola. Go for it.
So you know what, Chloe, you make a good point, and that to play the other side, devil's advocate. That sometimes I feel, because we as women, I'm going to speak for women because I'm a woman. Sometimes because we hold off, let's say the dating process is getting the data, getting to meet him, and we don't have sex. We are now we're waiting for the one. We want to have sex with the one, and that pressure of the one makes us sometimes bury red flags and settle sooner than we should. So I think it's almost like a balancing act, like it, because I don't know what day it was. I was on a live. There may be about 800 people talking about dating, and I want to say a good half of these women were talking about how they've been celibate for 8-10 years. That's not going to be me. I'm not going to be waiting for the one for 10 years. So it's like, that's not me. I'm just saying, yeah, God, I love God. I'm a Christian, but I'm not waiting 10 years for the one. And so it's that balancing act.
Amen.
Like, where do you go? Because then what you're going to end up doing is you're going to end up with an F-boy. You're thirsty, you're hungry, you can't see clearly, and then find yourself in a little pit. So it's like, ladies, like, so Kojo, since you know these black arts, it's like, what should women be doing? Because I think sometimes holding back and holding off too long makes you kind of dizzy.
Can I offer
there's such thing as passion?
Can I offer a solution? Okay.
Let's hear.
So when I was dating, I did have people that I was interested in being that person for me. But I'm not gonna lie, I did have a buddy, a person that I had already had, sex with,
I
that was
appreciate
just
your
what we
honesty.
did. It was
Boom.
nothing
I'm
else.
just.
There was
That's
no
it.
there was nothing else between us. It was just like, I hit you up, you hit me up.
Communicate.
I'm being
Yeah.
honest, transparent.
No, I
So
appreciate that.
and
That's
we
great.
both were on the same page. We didn't want anything serious. It was a good thing between, me and him, but that also goes into dating and being honest and transparent. So like even when I was dating my husband before we got married, before we got official, it wasn't no misconception of what was happening. Like and then eventually, like I said, he was like, "Look, what we doing? Because this ain't it." But sometimes you just have to be honest. But I definitely did have a buddy on the side that was just our thing, nothing more, nothing less, and it was easy. He understood when I was out. It was no closure. It wasn't no we got to talk, and it wasn't like we were doing it every day. It was just like random Saturday nights after the club. But I was young too. I was also like 22, so it was a totally different age than I am now. But that was my solution at the time because I wasn't looking for that with him, and he wasn't looking for that with me. And it just happens like that sometimes. I'm not saying go ahead and have your buddy, but that's what I had. I'm just telling.
I
No,
mean,
I appreciate
that's
it.
one option. That's why I appreciate you being honest. Because the truth is, I think sometimes, and I don't know what the answer is because everybody's different, but I don't want women walking around just holding up for 10, 15 years, holding up and saving themselves for that one. They won't see clearly because after all, we are humans. Yeah, you can pray 100 times, you can touch the Bible, but the truth is you are still a human. And so we have to be almost realistic. So the truth is, I don't have the answer to that. But the thing is, that is a situation right now. Everyone's celibate or everyone's, abstaining. But really, then you end up with someone who really isn't for you because you're so thirsty you can't see clearly.
Yeah.
I hear that.
Could
Go for
I?
it, Rach, you know. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You can go for it.
So the Bible says, "Be ye anxious for nothing." So
Mm-hmm.
if you are a Christian and you're anxious and you're like, okay, because I haven't had sex in 10 years, like I'm just gonna jump on the first thing smoking, and for all you know, you could jump on it and it don't even work. Okay, it don't even get up. So that's that part.
It's
And
always the
like you
same.
said, sis, I don't got the answers for that, so I'm not even gonna touch on that subject at
Trust me, I ain't
all.
got answers either.
At all, I'm not gonna say it at all. Um, but one thing I do want to say, I will fall in love with you if we have sex. I cannot have casual sex. You could look like a gorilla, and if we sleep together, you're my boyfriend. And I
I
don't
hear you.
know
Yeah, don't have
how
no buddies, girl. Don't do no buddies.
I can't do it. I don't care. He could be a serial killer, and I'd be like, I love him because that part of me is so it's just so sacred. It's like I'm letting you into this sacred area, and I need you to protect me, and I need you to love me, and I need to be vulnerable with you. Like, especially I'm 36. Like, I don't want to F word. I want to make love. I want it to be
Mm.
passionate. I love you. You love me. I want to make a baby. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want that kind of stuff. And, you know, you might be just effing me, but I'm making love to you. Now we got a misunderstanding. Now I'm like calling you every day, and you're like, "What? This is not what that was." And so I just don't know how to do it. And for me, sex is just it's so available. Not to me, just to anybody. If any of us wanted to have sex tonight, is going down, because I feel like even in terms of dating, like I date when I like in terms of meeting people, like I might meet somebody or a friend of a friend. And so now we're getting to know each other. I do online date on one website, but what has been even across the board is that penis is being offered at every turn, just right
And
away. 15 minutes with knowing the person, like we could be screwing if I desired to do that. So I'm kind of turned off by that. I'm kind of turned off by the here's my dick picture. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't know if we're supposed to say that word on here,
you
but
can say it.
I'm a little turned off by it, and I'm like, it's a lot of people that will f me, but I'm looking for somebody that's gonna love me,
Me.
you know.
Mm.
So anyway, I just can't do
No, I
buddies.
appreciate your honesty on that. I'm not gonna lie to you because I've heard that from some girls saying if they have sex, they're gonna fall in love, and so at least you know yourself. That way, you can't get played. You know what I'm saying? Because you more than likely gonna meet one of us. I mean, when I say us, not me. I mean my gender.
Are you
The
truly
bad
retired?
boys.
fully retired.
You're not
I'm
a bad
reformed.
boy.
I'm reformed, guys. I'm
You
reformed.
are not.
But
Okay.
that's what I
I've
meant.
watched you enough to know you're not a bad boy.
But that's what I meant when you said that like penis everywhere. That's why for me, at a certain point, it was easy to
Oh,
separate the two because every man has a peen. You know what I mean? So if you don't, you can't. Let's think like a man, right? They can put their peen in anything and not be all into it. So if you separate the two, and you know, and you both have the understanding, this is what it is, then there's nothing to be confused about. Like you said, set your boundaries. So if that's the relationship that y'all have, don't go catch feelings and then be wondering why he looking at you sideways. So if you know that you can't separate the two, then that's fine. But there are some women who can, and for
I
those
know.
women, I would say maybe you can do that because peeing everywhere. It's literally everywhere. Some
Know
good, some
thyself.
bad, but it's everywhere.
Yeah, know thyself, I think, is the biggest thing. And I just want to touch on this before I go get my chicken and leave you guys. But in terms of like people in their relationship with God and people waiting 10 years and all that stuff, I'm not going to get into the right and wrong of it. But just as a Christian, we got to take our humanness to God. We got to take our desires to God and let Him sort it out. Me as a Christian, you're as a Christian, even if we were pastors of a church, it's not our we don't have a right to point our finger and say, oh sis, you're bogus because you got a buddy or whatever. As a Christian, you're supposed to read the word of God and He tells us right from wrong. And we live it out as best as we can individually. So I feel like anybody who is striving to please the Lord, do it the best of your ability and He'll help you figure out the rest of it. And all of our journeys are individual. How we get to the finish line is going to be different from each and every one of us. And we have to give ourselves grace with that and let God love us as we figure it out. That's all I do. Anyway.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Everyday Chanel. You're welcome here again. You make sure you come back, okay?
I'll be back. Have a good night, guys.
I
All
appreciate
right,
you.
see ya.
See you, babe. All right, cool. I got my next question, which is still on the same topic. Since you guys already breached it, I was going to say, so since we're obviously saying we're advocating for multiple partners in the dating phase, if you're single, I want to ask this first question. Does sex change that dynamic? Because you talked about going on dates, talking, everything like that. But if you introduce sex, does that now change dynamics within the dating phase? Is that a problem to introduce sex or not? I'm going to get Sean to jump on. And Sean, I need you to jump on this first since we're asking this question, sir. Does sex change the dynamics of this dating, sir?
Absolutely. I think, once you bring that into play, it changes the dynamics between the two people. Even if one person has feelings or the other doesn't, something's going to shift in that relationship. Now, if both people are on the same page, that's great. You know what I'm saying? Because then you can move in that different direction. But, if you're not on the same page or you have different expectations or, in many instances, somebody's expecting something more than the other. And it's not always women, either. It's sometimes men. We putting in some good work and we are expecting that means something. But sometimes it also is a different thing for that particular woman. Sometimes, just like some of the ladies have shared, they're enjoying the sexual act, but they don't necessarily see us seriously, right? And then you have other ladies who the sex means relationship for them. And depending on where we are, it doesn't always mean that for us. So I definitely think it changed the dynamic. One thing I learned right before I got married was that it does cloud your judgment. So there's an aspect of the weight that you hear out there that I think there's some validity to it. Is it easy? No. Have I ever been successful at it? No. But I think there's validity to it because it truly, once you have sex with somebody, and then if you really care, like when I cared about her, forget it. It's like it's so hard to really make 100% sound decision about who. I think it's about it just colors your judgment, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And you may be thinking one thing, but the sex takes over and you may be letting some other things go that you necessarily didn't think you would let go in the past. So I definitely know it does cloud your judgment, and you just got to be careful to navigate that the right way.
Love that, Sean. Thank you very much. Love that. Let me throw this question. Lola, does sex change the dynamics of dating multiple people?
Most definitely. I think for both sexes, and it could be good or it could be bad. I know some people talk about these, these fairy tale romances, they have lovely dating and they actually have sex and it's great and it confirms things for them. Good. But there are other times where I think from my opinion, I think it will be hard to have sex with someone and still be dating somebody else. It's difficult. It's a difficult thing to do and I think it also different ways. On one end, if you think about it, if you have sex with someone, me, if I speak as a woman, if I like them, the next thing is, if you haven't had that conversation, it's like, so what is this? Where are we? Where are we going? What's going on? So something is going to change. He's either going to say, oh, we're in a relationship, or he's going to say we're not, and then things. So sex, I think, will always change things, unless you made a deal or some kind of contract where it's like a buddy situation where you're just having sex to have sex. But if you're dating someone or you like someone, once you have sex, you've crossed something. So a conversation needs to be had. Is this where we're going or not? So I think it can be good and bad. I mean, you may not want to hear, you may not like what you're hearing, but you should be able to hear the truth and know where to go from there. So yeah, sex definitely changes things. I do have a question for guys though, because I feel we as women, typically it's that pressure to date, find the right one. But Kojo, you and Sean, are you guys actively looking for the one right now, or that woman who's going to be your wife? I'm just curious. Are you? Kojo, because you've been playing, like, I've known you, Dark Prince, for 2+ years, right? Handsome man, you got all the ladies shouting your name in the chat. I'm curious, are you looking for her right now? Are you?
I'm not looking for anybody. I'm not gonna lie to you.
And that's the problem. See, Dan, that's the problem. Sir Sean, are you looking for her right now? I'm just wondering. Sean? Go ahead, Sean. Are you looking for her?
I mean, if she comes my way, I'm not sending her.
There you go.
I'm not sending her away, for sure.
And I appreciate that honesty. And I think that's the difference I'm seeing, is that a lot of women are, they may not say it. And it's not like they're looking under the garage and under the cars, but they are actively looking for someone. They may not put it out there, but they look, whereas men, for the most part, who are single aren't. They're chilling. And I'm wondering what that difference is, because we want, you want to sit down with someone, you want to share your time with someone, you want to share your stories with someone. Yeah, you want to have sex, but sex is part of it. But you guys are just chilling. Like, I'd love to understand the difference between the two of us as to why you're just like, yeah, she comes. God, you're definitely not looking like, he meant to have had his wife from Ghana from last year, and she still hasn't materialized. But that, I think, is the fundamental difference, where the pressures are different, because you guys are just chilling. You are living your lives exactly as you are. But I feel a lot of women who aren't in a relationship aren't living like that. They, kind of subconsciously looking for him, looking to fit into somebody else's life. And I think that's where we need to make that distinction, because I think as women, we've been told certain things and we're still kind of playing it out as adults, where we're not living our lives completely. We're waiting to fit into somebody else's life, as opposed to living our lives completely. And if he comes, great. And if he doesn't, then you know what? Life still goes on.
Sean, answer the question, bro.
I thought I did. I thought I said I'm not sending him away, so if because I think it's a difference, right? And that is a great question that you asked, Lola. I think it's a difference if you are in active pursuit of finding the right one, versus if you are in your single space and you are just open to having a good time. So I think some of us are at different places. I think for me, I'm not like actively saying, oh, I want to get married tomorrow and find the one. But if I were to start dating somebody and things progressed, I wouldn't be opposed to being serious.
Yours makes sense. You've already been married, but Kojo never been married. Like, what he waiting for? Like, why
Kojo is having a great time. He
look, people picking him off the street, all that twerking he's been doing online,
moving the goalpost along. Right, listen, right, I be trying to tell the brother, look, if you got a good one, and I think that's the one thing that I think, like, if you have someone, like, dating is not gambling. And,
Yes.
so
Yes.
if you find someone and you see the good qualities
Yes.
in them, and you can see potential and certain things are starting to click, don't throw the dice, because there's a lot. You shake them dice up again, you don't know what you're gonna, you don't know what that hand is gonna look like, right? So
Facts.
listen,
Facts. Facts.
but
Facts.
people got to do what people
Sixes,
got to
baby.
do.
Sixes.
People
Lord,
got to do what people
Kojo,
got to do, and that's for you, bro. But
Kojo, be careful because these two over here about to have you in a whole marriage and relationship in a minute.
no marriage, no marriage.
No. No.
Lola definitely is. She about to be have a
I'm for
whole.
the streets.
I got a woman for you. She's a nice girl. We about to
I'm for the streets, guys. I'll show you
Listen,
something.
Coach,
let him
let me
be for
tell
the
you
streets.
something.
Let him live. He young.
Listen. Time waits for no one, and
It's
before
true.
you
It's
know
true.
it, you're gonna be.
2023.
The years are ticking away. But what I will say, and we started a bit of the conversation talking about sex and erectile dysfunction. But I'll tell you, the best sex I've had has been in my marriage, right? And I've been single and I've been married. So
I wish I
under
could say
the
the same
covenant
thing.
of marriage is the best sex you're ever gonna have.
Beautiful. I love that.
And I think there's
I love
liberty
that.
in
That's
that.
left to be
There's freedom
determined.
in that.
That's left to be determined.
Well,
I
I'm
love that.
telling
I
you
love
from
that.
what I
I
know
love it.
from the years that I've been here, but I can
I love
say
it.
that
I agree.
when you're in a committed, secure relationship,
I
right?
agree that.
Yes.
There is liberty
Yes.
in that, and
Yes.
it's less stress, it's less
Yes.
you know, all of the
Yes.
things that can come along with making sex sometimes a little bit more not, things working the way they ain't supposed to work.
I
I
hope
hear
you're
that.
talking
I
to the
hear that.
audience because Kojo's not listening.
You know what? You plant a seed here, you plant a seed there.
You've been
It's
planting
not falling
seeds for a
on deaf ears. I know my good brother here.
Listen, Kojo, I'm gonna tell you like this:
Yes.
in a relationship, out of relationship, it's like Rihanna with me. Sex with me is so amazing. Okay, just that's what I'm just gonna tell you.
Tell you're
Thanks,
lost.
Jay. Thanks for
You're
sharing,
actually
Jay.
lost.
You guys are welcome.
You actually lost. All right, let me get back on topic. Sorry. So the question being obviously, thank you Lola as well for sharing. Loud Wine, welcome to the conversation. Good to have you on board. I'll let you take the next one, and I'm gonna get Seaway on. Does sex change the dynamics of dating multiple people? Does it change the dynamic?
I would like to correct you. It's Ludwin.
Ludwin, sorry, apologies, Ludwin. I destroyed everyone's name. I apologize about that. Thank you for correcting me.
Most people get it wrong because of how it's spelled. But if you are dating multiple people, I feel like the moment you have sex with one, you should stick with that one person and cut off everybody else. Because at that point, you start blinding yourself with the sex and start to focus more on that person if the sex is good. Now, if the sex is whack, then you can start all over again and completely remove that person from your lineup. That's my take with that. But I feel like once you start sleeping with one person, then the other person, they're probably moving at the same pace as you're moving with the person you're sleeping with. They would probably want to have sex with you too. So now you're going to be like, okay, how many people I'm going to have to give my body to? Or you might as well just cancel it out and stop dating other people if you just start having sex with one person.
Okay, fair enough. I wrote that. Thank you, Ludwin. Right?
Yes.
Love that. I remember. If I forget, just remind me. Appreciate that. All right, good thoughts. I like that. Thank you. Seaway, same question to you. Does sex change the dynamics of dating multiple people?
I mean, for me, I think it's hard for me to focus. That's my problem. But I do know some women who will have sex with the dusty dude that they see no potential with, so they can focus on the good dude.
Yeah.
Like I've seen that, and I understand like why they do that. I know like if the other dude finds out, he'd be pissed, but it's to keep you from it's to keep your emotions regulated with the dude that you want while you're messing with the bum that has no potential. And I'm not going to say whether or not you should or should not do that, but I have seen that as a way to focus, because a lot of times women will get too attached and fast forward too much with the dude they actually like, so they'll just mess with the other dude.
You absolutely right. Absolutely right. That's why I said you have a buddy. Like my buddy, he was a drug dealer. He was doing that. So I already knew it wasn't nothing. I knew it wasn't nothing. I knew it wasn't gonna be a future. I knew it wasn't nothing, and it was what it was. So I
I love that.
totally agree. That's why I said if you taking care of one itch, then you don't have to worry about looking for that from someone else.
Yeah, that's an old trick.
Hmm.
Okay, okay. Yeah, this is real conversation. I like this. All right, cool. Chloe, jump on. Yeah, I know you kind of added a little bit, but in relation to the question, does sex change the dynamics of dating multiple people?
It does. It definitely does. Like I said, once you cross those physical boundaries with someone, that then becomes like that's gonna be my boyfriend, you know. So I definitely. Well, I mean, it depends if it's good or if it's bad. But when you are, this is why dating is important because while you're gathering this data, you're building these emotions and things like that. So even if the sex isn't immaculate, it may just be average, but because the emotions are involved, it makes it good, and it can definitely cloud your judgment. But this is why it's good. This is why it's okay to be satisfied in that area because then you can cipher whether or not this is really us being intimate, enjoying each other, loving each other versus us just having a good night on a Saturday, you know? But it definitely does cloud that judgment. So you definitely be careful with it with someone that you actually have feelings for. Because once those feelings get involved, everything's off the table. Literally, everything's off the table. Then you start stalking and being crazy. Okay, um, but yes, it definitely does change your emotions and feel your feelings and everything for that person. But which is why it's important to date multiple people so that if you actually get to that point with one person out of let's just say four, then that already shows that that person is already closer to being the one for you versus the other three. So that's why it is important to date multiple people because if you only dating one person, you go to the next level with that one person, the next level with that one person, you have nothing else to choose from. So if you have multiple people and that one person finally, gets you to that point, then that's a big deal because like I said, that itch was already being scratched, but now I want you to scratch this itch. I want to see what this is about. I want to see where we can go. I want to see if this is something. Then it becomes way more than just sex.
Okay, I like that. All right, I'm hearing you on that. Hearing you big time. Okay, cool. I'm gonna ask another question. Um, should then, since obviously you guys are saying, how sex changes the dynamics of everything in terms of dating and everything as well, and you said obviously it clouds judgment. I just want to quickly get your viewpoints. If you said if you said that sex does change dynamics, and it I guess maybe clouds judgment, just for anybody listening, how does it cloud judgment? In what way do you feel that it clouds your judgment or changes the way that you perceive the other candidates if you're dating them or whatever? Do you know what I mean? Like, I want to get a more specific understanding of how it changes your perspective. Do you know what I mean? Just so we can get a bit more of a better idea. You know what I mean? So, Mr. Sean, I'm gonna get you started again. I want a bit more specific. How can sex change your judgment? How does it impair your thought process? If it does, you know what I mean. If it doesn't, then it doesn't. But how can it affect how people choose a partner?
Well, I think once you have that connection, and I mean, I want to preface this by saying too, I speak for myself. You know, I think that especially when you're having good sex, that you can get caught up in that. Because your hormones are activated, your sensory organs are all being trying to choose the right word, but it's like you are so caught up in the moment, like you can convince yourself literally of something that's not necessarily the case, right? Example, it's TV, but this stuff happens, right? So you brought up the example of Power during one of the lives, right? That good sex that Power and I think was it Angela were having, she was on another plane and he was on another plane. He was putting his family in jeopardy, his business in jeopardy, just to have this, to have that affair. And I think sometimes that can be a part of it. If you are having that kind of intense, passionate connection with somebody, it's gonna, things can take over, and you could be more in pursuit of the sex versus being in pursuit of what you should be looking for, which is this person gonna be the person that's gonna, be my forever, or do they have the qualities of somebody that are going to, be a good wife, be a good mother? Are they really honest? Am I really looking at their actions and seeing are things measuring up? And thank y'all in the chat for helping me out, right? So dopamine, that's one of the, the hormones that gets triggered, and it can literally, I had a friend, it's so funny. I was engaged in a little affair at one point in time before I was married, right? So, and the friend was trying to tell me, now, meanwhile, you would think I would have listened to her, right? She was a whole psychologist, right? And she was like, Sean, the dopamine, the oxy, she was saying everything, all those hormones that you guys are spitting in the comments, she told me all of it. And she's like, I don't think, I think you're a little in over your head, and I think like you're not moving correctly. You are jeopardizing, yourself, right? So I was like, yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I got this, because you got this, you get this confidence, and, it's like, yeah, I got this, right? And listen, the sex was through the roof, right? Just ring the doorbell, come through, close off. It's like boom, bang, boom, So, and it was just like, you just get caught up in it. You know there's something not right about it, but your judgment gets a little off. So that's all I'm saying.
Well, you shouldn't be having no affair. I'm just saying.
What you say, Chloe?
It's because you use the word affair.
Maybe you shouldn't be having no little affair or whatever.
What you meant was that you had sex with someone way before you got married. That's what you meant, right?
Hopefully.
No, that's not what I was trying to say.
Oh, he meant.
Are you saying? No, wait. Are you saying you had an affair?
An affair in the concept of someone was married or I was having sex with them while I was married. No. But it was an affair. It was something. We shouldn't have been doing what we were doing together.
Yeah.
That's why you should be part of that little affair. Mm-hmm. That's why.
But no one was married, technically.
See?
I was thinking. Oh,
it has multiple meanings, okay, guys?
Yeah, so. Sorry, my bad, bro. But it's just where you use affair. I was getting concerned there for you, bro. I've never heard the story before. Okay, all right, cool. Chloe, talk to us. Question.
What's the question?
We're talking about just give a bit more specific in terms of how sex, because you obviously said as well, sex can change the way that you kind of see things, and I wanted a bit more perspective in terms of when you say it changes things, how can it change things? Like from your perspective, how can it affect your decision making when it comes to choosing a solid partner? You know what I mean?
Well, so it depends, right? If you're having sex with the intention of, like, if you're having sex with this is about to be my boyfriend or this is my boyfriend, then it definitely will change that, that cloud definitely comes, because once you add sex to the mix, everything goes out the window. That jealousy starts to kick in. The the what you doing starts to kick in. You coming over, all those things that when you casually dating someone or you're getting to know them, you don't necessarily feel so attached to them. But once you actually have sex with that person, someone who you have romantic feelings for, because I already admit you can have sex without romantic feelings. Like, I believe that. But once you have those romantic feelings, once you hit sex, that's like, boom, out the window. So that's kind of like, like if you watch Married at First Sight, right? You know how Justin's like, I want to have a connection, because once I have that connection, everything else falls into place. Once you have that connection, the sex can be bad. It might not be bad. It could be average. It could be great. It could be low-key, not the best, but you will still find yourself enjoying it because of who it's with. So in that sense, yes, it does cloud your judgment, because Sometimes these people, sometimes you just be so in love with someone after you have that intimate attachment with them. They may, say the right thing or feel the right thing, especially if you have that anticipation for that person. So I honestly feel like it will definitely, it can activate some of those, hormones that make you go a little bit crazy, that's in us women, those hormones that's like hitting down below. But I would definitely just say, like, it just clouds our judgment to the point where little things that we would normally not overlook, like the little lies, the little when you stop texting so often and now we're doing most of the texting, or when you stop calling, we're doing most of the calling. Now we're real invested. It's difference between being partially invested, oh, I'm just dating, I'm just having fun, to now I'm like, where you at, what you doing, why you ain't call me, you ain't text me yet, good morning, how you doing, like, when it comes into that point where now you activated. So now you really need to know what's going on with this person, because you done gave them your body and y'all was under this romantic experience, and now it's like, you mine. Like, you single, but we go together, just like that. So that's why I say that. That's why I say that it's always good to actually, have that itch scratch. So when it actually happens, and you both are on the same page that this is the direction we're going in. Because once those clouds get, foggy, you need to both be on the same page at where this relationship is going. Because like men can have sex without emotion. So if you give it to them and you emotionally invested and they not, then you sitting there looking crazy for no reason. I need us both to be crazy. So you gotta string it along just a little bit. String it along just a little bit. And I'm telling you, that's how my husband, I told you, he gave me an ultimatum. What we doing? This ain't that. What you trying to do? Girl, you need to throw that away. And it will get to that point, but you got to do it right. Sometimes when you give yourself too early to someone, or you get invested in someone too early, then it becomes, your brain get cloudy. So it's okay to have sex if you want to have sex, but know what the boundaries are between you and that person. The lines get crossed when men sell women lies. When they say, I want to be with you, I want to have a family with you, I want to make you my girl, and then you have sex with them, and now you wondering why he looking at you crazy. So I think that's why you got to be very transparent, very, very transparent. Don't be a pick me. Say what you want and mean it when you say it. If you say you only want to be friends with benefits, mean that. If you say you want a romantic relationship, mean that. If you want to get married, mean that. Don't beat around the bush for nobody. And I think that's sometimes where the cloudiness comes in, because we start beating around the bush with our real intentions.
Strong words. Ludwin, talk to us.
Yeah. Can you repeat the question? I think Chloe
Yeah, sure.
said most of what I was going to say.
That's cool, no problem at all. So we're just kind of going a bit more deeper in terms of the question, in terms of how can sex really affect judgment and how you choose a partner. Maybe it doesn't affect you, then it's fine, and you can say it doesn't affect you. But like, how can it affect your judgment? How can it affect the way that you choose a partner if you're doing multiple dating and stuff like that?
Okay, so if you're dating multiple people, but yet you end up having sex with one person, one of the things that I could say that can cloud your judgment as if you had great sex.
Oh, there we go.
Not too many men out here can do great sex, or like amazing sex, like Sean was talking about his wife in the marriage. I'm talking like the man is a great kisser. He touch up on you. He give you massages. He put on the music. You got a little wine. Like that whole ordeal. And then you're like, you know what? Forget my list. Forget everybody else. I'm staying on him, because he caters to your needs. Like he knows how to work his way around a woman's body. So once you get a little taste, you're gonna want another one and another session. Next thing you know, like, we go together, because I would say, me personally, I would have the conversation before I would have a second session. Like, hey, are we moving to the next stage? Like, what we doing? Because if we have great sex, I'm gonna ask that question, like, what we is, like Carisha did. So that's what I would say. Because people can have sex, but like, for me to cancel out my whole lineup, even if the other some people in my lineup may have more money than you, like it has to be some bomb sex. That's
Mm,
that's my opinion.
mm, I definitely hear you on that. Bomb sex will get you confused. Has confused many people in generations, so I'm definitely with you on that. I'm definitely hearing you. All right, cool. We're gonna shift it from this conversation because there was other topics we need to talk about.
No,
Oh, cool, you there? My bad, bro.
no,
You're back.
I gotta get this one. I gotta get this
Y'all
one.
better give Curry his time.
Bro, my bad, bro.
Hey,
My
so
bad, bro. How you gonna come in
definitely.
there like you come in there in my ear like that? I said, damn, all sweet like that, bro. You trying to break
So
people? Go on, sir.
so for me, I will say that sex is definitely a huge factor. So we're talking about something that you enjoy doing. When you look at sex, this is a lifelong act. You got to make sure it's with the right person, right? So you can have good sex. If you have it too soon, yes, it can cloud your judgment for the worse. But if you have bad sex, it can also cloud you for the worse as well. Because if you get a chance to get to know someone's personality, see they're a good guy, good woman, whatever the case is, and then they end up having sex, and then you're like, oh, this sex is trash, but man, such a good man, or man, he's such a good woman. And you say, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and take this route with them. I'm gonna show them. I'm gonna be patient with them. I'm gonna show them what I like, what my needs are. But if you go too soon, it's like I'm not fit to spend no time with this man. I'm not fit to spend no time with this woman showing her anything, because I know where I feel like it's gonna be a waste of time because you don't have that emotional connection yet. So it's all about speed. If you do it too soon, it can cloud your judgment if your head's not on straight. But if your head's on straight, it can add to the excitement of what you got going on. But when you have sex with someone, you got to look for the future. You can't just look at that moment. Like, okay, yeah, that was fun. I had a good time last night. Now, what about the future? Can I do this? Can I do that? Can I do this with that person? It's certain things that run through your mind as far as how that sexual relationship will grow, because it has to continuously grow. Because we're talking about forever. You can't do the same old missionary position. You can't just do the same old leg up, leg down. You have to be able to do different things, and because it's going to be for the rest of your life, it's important. That's a big decision to make too. So I get that, but as far as whether you're willing to give someone a chance or not, that part is determined about by the emotional connection that you allow yourself to have with that person before you start to experience the physical.
Can I ask a question?
Go for it, Chloe.
Well, when I my husband told me that sometimes a man could be completely into you, and then once he have sex, it's like, okay, that's it. Sometimes, like, not necessarily, like, I mean, like with just women in general, like he can be chasing you, going after you, and once he get it, like that feeling just gone now. All those things that he used to, that chase is gone. So it's like, okay, I got the mouse, I'm good. Is that true for most men? I'm asking the men because he said that to me, and I was wondering because it made me think like you can literally say you might want this relationship with this woman, but is it true that once you have the sex, then sometimes that feeling just go away? Like, nah, this ain't it. I'm just curious because I never had the chance to ask another man. So I was just
That's a real
wondering because
question.
a lot of when we say men, sell us dreams, right? So
That's a real
maybe you're
question.
not selling us dreams. Maybe you really mean it, but does that really just go away? I'm just curious. That's all. And be honest because we need to know because we don't want to take it personal if that's the case. But like, is that how the man work?
You said, okay. Can I hear you say the question one more time? I'll give it
My
to you.
husband told me that he can be like before when he was dating, he would be into a girl, like he would like her, chase her, go after her, date her, do all this type of stuff. And then once he got the sex, because usually sometimes that's what men trying to get to, right? Um, once you get it, like all those feelings kind of just like disappear. Like, oh, okay, cool, we good now. It was cool while it lasted. You was a good girl. I mean, but yeah.
So I'll say this: it really depends on how soon she gave it up. To be honest with you, I'm gonna try to stay within the male code here, but it depends on how soon she gave it up. Um, if she gave it up instantly or soon after, it could leave a certain thing in a man's mind, you know. But I have a saying that I've always said: for a woman, it's a lot harder to determine if a man is really for you or if he's really just trying to get at you. And because it's so difficult for a woman, the relationship, no matter how good things are, no matter how well you connect before you have sex, the relationship does not truly begin until after sex. Because after sex, you get to understand what he's coming with you for. You know, he's going to be around you more, want to be involved with you more, or he's going to be more standoffish and more distant. And that's a telling sign as far as what he came there for. You know, so if you got to know him on an intellectual level, emotional level, everything is cool, you have sex, and he's still there, he's still calling you, he still want to spend time with you, that's a man who's genuinely interested in you. But if he doesn't call you anymore, or the conversation starts to lax, that can a lot of the time be that, okay, it was just about the sex. So I know it's hard to hear, but it's also true. You know, of course, there are things that come up in all of our lives, you know, may cause us not to reach out and call here and there, whatever. But if effort is not being made, then that's usually a telltale sign he got what he wanted. Now he's moving on to the next thing. So, that's your question.
In all honesty, love that, Corey. In all honesty, this question, let's be honest. If my intention is to play you, it doesn't matter how quickly or how long you take to give it up. My intention is to play you, I'm going to play you. It doesn't make a difference if we give up early or if we give up late. But like Corey is saying, because you don't know my intention, you might want to take a bit of time. At least try and figure out what my intention actually is. But if all honesty, if my intention is to wolf you, it doesn't matter if you give it up the first day or the second day. One of my first ever girlfriends, it was like the first day we connected. We did 2-3 years in that relationship because my intention wasn't to play her. My intention was to love this person and to be in a relationship with this person. So it didn't really matter to me first day. I remember she was like, "Oh my God," no. I was like, it doesn't make a difference to me because I care about you already. So it's not a big deal. But if my intention is to play you, then, you know, if I suddenly drop back, you know what I mean, all of a sudden, I'll tell you the honest truth. If I drop out after sex, it's not like, let me put it blankly for you. If I drop out after sex, forget if it's trash. Let's put that out the window. If I drop out after sex, I probably hate you. And I'm going to say this because I know a lot of men won't admit this. I probably hate you. It means the sex was nothing more than you were just a body. That simple. If I drop out after sex and suddenly I don't want to talk to you, I don't want to message you, I probably hate you. And I say hate because I want to make it very strong. It doesn't mean necessarily I hate you. It means you were nothing more than a body. And there are levels to this. There are levels to this. Because certain men don't do that.
But what if you wait for a woman for 6 months? If you're dating, right? You're dating multiple women, whatever. And you're still interested in her, you're still going, and she's in a different page of dating you than you are dating her, obviously. And she finally decided to give you the sex. It's been 6 months. Does that still have the play? Like do you feel the same way?
Some men will wait 6 months, man. Some
they
men
will.
Are actual. They're levels to demons.
Really no time
the
key on
demons.
it. That's what I'm trying to get at. So like when women say, "Oh, I'm gonna wait 6 months," it really don't mean nothing. It just really means on what he wants, what he sees from you.
It's the worst thing to do. And I'm not saying don't wait. What I'm saying to you is because what people are doing, they're not doing the work in between the time. The waiting isn't the issue. The issue is you don't do the work in between the time. You should be trying to figure out what my intention is in that 6 months or 90-day rule, whatever you're talking about. If a woman says it, like that's the part that Steve Harvey missed out. You need to actually be figuring out what is my intention towards you. Because if you get that and you understand what my intention is, then you know exactly where I stand. And then it doesn't matter whether it's 90 days or 6 months, right? Because if a guy likes you, I'll be honest with you, if he has to wait 90 days, he likes you, he gonna wait 90 days. He gonna love you after. If you have to wait a day, he gonna love you again. It's gonna be a day. It doesn't really matter. But if my intentions are not on that, that's why the game is actually for women to figure out what's my intention, which is why you have to ask certain questions to find out what am I trying to do. You know what I mean? And that will determine that. But I'll be honest with you, if a man can drop you after having sex the first time, he just drops you. I'm telling you, you were nothing more than just a body. Because most times, let's say like there's some type of liking that I might have for you. So I might have sex with you, but maybe I don't like you enough to wife you. I'm not gonna drop. I'm most likely I'm not gonna drop you off the face of the planet. You know what I mean? I'll still be cool. I might be around you. I might try to distance myself a little bit, but dropping off the face of the planet, you normally do that when you just think the girl's actually you just want to have this girl's body. That's it. Nothing else. You don't want to hear her chat. You don't want to hear nothing. You just want to get your rock off. That's completely different. You know what I mean? Like, so
So
yeah.
dating is different, literally, for men than women.
I mean,
Yeah.
everyone's game is the same. Figure out what the other person's intention really is.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, it should be the same. But when it comes down to being like honest and trying to find someone who's really about you, and you have to dig a little bit deeper. As women, you have to dig a little bit deeper. So um, the thing is that if you have a man in your life that will date you for 6 months, he still um, has sex with you, and then he still leaves, I will have to put the blame on the woman because she didn't read the signs. You know, a man will show you his hand in that length of time, as far as what he wants from you, what he doesn't want from you. And you know yourself. You should know yourself as a woman should know yourself to know what kind of man you want in your world, what kind of man you want to see yourself married to and in a relationship with. Is he showing you these things? Is he consistent, big word, consistent with his actions, what he's doing? Does he follow through on what he's saying? Those things are so important that it get overlooked sometimes by how a man may look, how his body may be, chiseled features or whatever, and you overlook the personality and what that man will actually bring to you to make you say, okay, I feel like you're worthy of the cookies. So if that's the case, then you've done your homework, you've done all of that, then he's going to more than likely turn out to be a decent guy, or he's going to find that he's not with you for that, just for sex. So the more time you put that space in between, I agree with Kojo. The more time you put between you, that the hello and then the sex gives you the opportunity to see exactly what that man is made of, see exactly who he is and what he's about. And he's supposed to be doing the same thing with you. So when you say it's different for men and women, it shouldn't be the case. And that's something you want to look into as well. A man should be genuinely interested in you. He's going to ask questions about you, like deeper questions. We're not talking about your favorite color. We're not talking about your favorite fruit. We're talking about detailed conversations about who you are, what you want to be when you become in a relationship or when you get married. What are your future goals? How do you see yourself as a wife? How do you see yourself as a helpmate? Whatever the case is, he's asking more deep questions because he wants to know who you are. It's not just going to be some questions about sex all day, every day. So those are things you might want to look into, ladies out there. I know you're married, Chloe, but ladies out there who are single, man, listen to how this man approaches you. What is he coming to you with? What is he offering? What is he willing to give? What does he want from you? These are things you have to ask.
Sean, you were gonna say something? Go for it.
Yeah, I would just say, like, I think that, and I know whenever we have these conversations, and that's what gets so sometimes can get a little contentious because we'll say, as men we feel this particular way about sex, and then the women will be like, well, we do too. But I think that this is kind of one of those things where our approach and our attitude about sex can be very different, and it's not to say that there are not some women out there that think exactly the same way, but for the most part, it's a sliding scale. And I don't think there's any like one dead on answer for the question that you asked, Chloe. I think sometimes does that happen, but it depends on what I'm chasing, right? So if I'm just chasing sex, then yes, then I will, move on after I've gotten it, right? And move on may not be immediate, right? It could be a month, 2 weeks. It could be until the next option, until something else comes along, if that's all I'm chasing. But if there is something more, and it doesn't always have to be, I want exactly what you want, but it could just be maybe I want sex and companionship. And then men can evolve. Like we can change in the course of a situation because sometimes we'll have sex with you, we'll start to see more of your value, and it's not the sex that's making us do that, but we're more invested, and then we might want companionship, and then we see what you're looking for, and we see what you bring to the table in terms of a partner and compatibility, and then it will shift. And sometimes, that's when you hear like a man says he knows when he's ready to propose, or he knows when he's ready to really be serious about a relationship. It doesn't always happen in an immediate sense. Sometimes people have that immediate thing, they see them, they're like, oh, this is going to be my wife, I know it. Doesn't always happen that way. Sometimes it's an evolution. So I think sex can be part of that. And sometimes we can grow into seeing things differently and change our view of wanting one thing at the beginning, but the relationship can evolve, and then it could be something different down the line. I know that was kind of,
That's good.
not a direct on answer, yes, no, but I think there's some layers in between there.
I get it.
Thanks. I like that question. All right, good. Next question we're asking is, why are successful men and women getting married later and having kids later? This is the next question we're asking. Why are successful men and women getting married later? Sorry, why are successful men and women getting married? Yeah, married later and having kids later. I want to get you guys' thoughts on that question. Those thoughts on those questions. Who wants to open up for me? Go for it, Corey.
Yeah. I want to open up on this because I know a lot of the viewers here have heard me say this before about waiting for marriage, right? No, so I think I may be the perfect person to start this one off with. All right, so the big thing here is about verification. You want to verify what you have. You can be in a relationship for a year, and it's like it's a good relationship. You feel like it's strong. You feel like it's going somewhere. You feel like it's your husband or your wife. But at the same time, what guarantees do you have? What is something that leads you to believe that this person will not change with me, or this person will not be this or that? Because there are women who have been in relationships with men for years. They end up getting married to them. Then 2 years into the marriage, they see that he's abusive, or he's disrespectful, or he doesn't care anymore, or he doesn't show that something about him has changed. These are so important, because when you look at marriage, people say, okay, yeah, you can get a divorce. That's not supposed to be the mindset. That's really not. I understand that no one goes into a marriage thinking that it's supposed to be, it's going to be a divorce. I get that. Trust me and believe. But going into it, though, nowadays, people are waiting to have the kids. People are waiting to get married later, because you want to verify that you have a good man. You want to verify that you have a good woman, the right woman for you, the right man for you. Because just because someone's good for you for a year, 2 years, doesn't necessarily mean they're good for you forever. They may just need to be in your life for those 2 years. You may just need to be in their life for those 2 years. People learn and grow from each other all the time. But to say that someone is actually your wife, your chosen wife or your chosen husband, that takes some time. That takes time spent. That takes conversations. That takes growth. I mean, you have to grow in such an organic way in that relationship, where you feel like no matter which way you grow, when you do become married, you're going to be growing together. And that's something we got to look at. We got to look into it a little bit more. So in my opinion, I feel that's the reason why more people are waiting later to get married or later to have children. It's not because we're scared, or not because, we feel that we can't get someone, whatever the case is. But yeah. No, I don't say 10 years. I say 10. I didn't say that. Yeah.
Can I
go for it, Chloe.
Okay.
Yeah, you go for it. Yeah.
I'm gonna just be logical about it. I think that a lot of us, like in my age range, I'm about to be 33. We're millennials, so we came from the generation where our parents were either struggling or working hard to provide for us. Not a lot of marriages and things like that, or people, seeing a lot of different things in that era. So I think a lot of us are breaking generational curses at this point. So we're working hard. We're the first to graduate. We're the first to go to college. We're the first to, have a savings accounts. We're the first to have cars. Soon as we get out of in our 20s, like we're the first for a lot of things. So I think at this point, we've been so focused on breaking those curses in our generations before us that now we're just getting to a point where we're like, you know what? okay, now I want to, be get married and have children. I think that's what's happening, because even though I just stumbled across my husband, at a young age, we didn't get married till like maybe 4 or 5 years ago. But I'm just saying, I think that it has to deal with, we didn't want to be where our parents were struggling with us, like coming from someone who was raised on food stamps and Section 8. It was like, no, I need better for my life. I want more for my kids. I want to get married. I want these things. So I think it's just a work in progress on what we want personally. And then those relationships and children things, of that matter, come later, because we want to provide a better life, which is why these kids is kind of messed up right now. But that's another conversation for another day. But I really think it just has a lot to do with us really breaking those generational curses that our families or members didn't do before us.
I like that. Breaking generational curses. I like that. Ludwin, talk to me.
Can I ask you like a sub question? So like how late are we talking that people were waiting? Are we talking like the 40s?
Yeah, 35, 40, you know. I mean, yeah, I guess that would be late, I guess, than what people usually assume, which is normally the 20s.
People really do get married in their 20s? Like
Babe, I mean, yeah, we
before
all didn't you have that dream? Didn't you have that dream
I
at
mean,
24 I'll be
generations
married?
before us did. That's why we not getting married in our 20s.
okay. All right. So me as a foreigner in the US, a lot of us were told to just go to school, get education, become a doctor, a lawyer, a physician. The smaller careers didn't matter. However, these careers take a long time in school. And in a lot of ways, by the time you're done and you're done with internship or whatever, next thing you know, you in your mid 30s, and then you're like, wait, what happened? I didn't get to look for the kind of husband I wanted to have. So now not grasping for straws, but a lot of women or career women tend to be so laser focused that by the time they want to date, that's the mid range that they are at, and then they start dating, and then by the time to find a good man, get married, then start having children, that could take roughly about 3 to 5 years. Next thing you know, you probably in your early 40s trying to have children. So I feel like that's what happened to a lot of women, who tend to be more career focused. Another reason could be too is that based on trauma that they've had when it comes to dating, or even childhood trauma as well, that can make them be standoff in the dating game, where they feel like, you know what, I have given my all. I'm gonna give it a break, and I'm just gonna focus on my studies, or I'm just gonna focus on my career. I'll get back to you men later, or I'll get back to you guys later. However, for men, in my opinion, I don't feel like a lot of men are ready, or at least um set to be married or to be marriage material until they're like 35 and over, or they at least have enough money together, or they know what career they want to pursue and actually are established in their career and not just trying to figure things out. And I feel like a lot of people who are not a lot of people, a lot of men per se that are in their early 20s are just not figuring out what they really like. Maybe like 28, 29, that's when they start to feel like, you know what, I need to get my life together. Then that's when they look into different careers. By the time they're 35 or almost 40, then they're pretty stable. And then that's when they look for marriage. I like to look for men in that bracket that would say they are more ready for marriage versus someone who is my age group.
I like that as well. I like that as well. Taking into account people having more career focused ideologies. Would you say, just to get you back in there, would you say that's more that women are having more career focused? When you're talking about in terms of length of time, in terms of pursuing certain careers, is that happening more with women than it is necessarily with the men? Just put it out there.
I believe so. There is a theory out there that Black men don't like to take care of their women.
Mm.
So to avoid having to ask for help or to rely on the men to help. However, a lot of them can't help. So a lot of women just choose to get their own money and take care of themselves because nobody's gonna help them. Family can help every now and then. However, we are on our own. So nobody's coming to save you. So I feel like a lot of women just focus on their career just to make their own money to survive because there's even a rhetoric out right now that there are some men who will not date women because they have their own house, which is wild to me. So it may be insecurities that they don't have their stuff together, that they cannot provide that way. So they don't want to date a woman that makes more than them. That's another conversation for a different.
That's a good
For,
question, though. Okay, cool. I'm gonna put that question down because I've heard about that recently about men not dating women with their own house. Um, okay, that's a good question to be asking. Okay, cool. Sean, what's your thoughts on this question then? Why are successful men and women having, getting married later and having kids later? What's your thoughts on that?
I think as time has evolved, there's more options. I think as you see each generation, there's a different perspective, there's different viewpoints. Um, and I think between Gen X, Gen Z, and Gen Y, the focus really hasn't been so much on family. A lot of it's like the me generation, right? I'm going to improve myself. I'm going to get better. I'm going to get the bag. I'm going to be the best version of me. And it's not that those things in and of themselves are inherently wrong, but it does create a sense of independence versus interdependence, which is what you need to be successfully married. So I think that is a big part of why you don't see as many marriages. But what I would counter is that successful people are married because and I know Kojo, when you were in the working world and in corporate America, and as I am, as you look around the landscape of people that are successful, many of them are married. And again, I'm not saying there's not single people that aren't doing well, but as you progress in your career and you look across that table, and of course, this does not include entrepreneurs. I'm talking about successful in the traditional working environment sense, in a day-to-day 9 to 5. Could be a little different for entrepreneurs. But I know when I looked across the table when we were always in meetings, most of those people have rings on their fingers, and as you continue to ride the wave of success in your career, it's marriage. And the funny part about it is some of us are running away from marriage, men and women, but society still has a bit of that thread that looks at marriage as a badge. It adds a little bit of level of credibility to you in the room when you're married. So I just think that, yes, are there a lot of independently successful people that aren't married? Sure. But as you progress, the numbers start to thin out a little bit more and more. Because typically when you're making money and doing very well, what do you want to do with that money, right? You want to share that. You want to grow a family. And, so listen, I'll say this. Marriage motivates you. And it's not to say you're not going to be independent and not motivated. Sure, of course you can 100%. But there's nothing like coming home and knowing that you have somebody that's depending on you. And if you have children, knowing that, and I'm talking about in a marriage, because I know that there's single people, single mothers, single fathers that do a great job of taking care of their kids, and I'm not trying to take that away from anyone. But I'm saying that when you do that, there's nothing like that. There's no greater motivator than that, and especially for a man, and I'm speaking for myself, right? To know that what I do impacts her, and there, and what I do is going to impact the next level of generations coming behind me. So I think for that reason, you see people, and especially for us men, you see us successful in marriages and doing well. There's nothing greater than that feeling of knowing that I'm working hard for the benefit of my wife, for the benefit of my family. So
Appreciate it. Thank you very much, Sean. Good points there. Very, very good points. Seaway, jump on this conversation. We're talking about why successful men and women getting married later and having kids later. What's your thoughts?
I want to echo everything Chloe said, because I would have said that. And Sean took my story right up out of my mouth, because I was going to say something similar. But I do think that successful people, all in all, are married. And it's funny Sean said that story, because I think I had told him when I was on a retreat as well, that everyone that we did the networking event, we're all married. And most of y'all know I'm a lawyer, and it was like a firm retreat, and everyone was married. And that was like the first thing I noticed. No matter what hand I looked down on, they were married. I do think that generationally we are waiting a little later, but I think it also looks worse that we think more, or not worse, but it probably looks like more of us are not getting married because we're looking at Black people. Because my white counterparts are married. I think a lot of, unfortunately or fortunately, however you look at it, a lot of Black people are not getting married. And so it makes it seem like we, all in all, generationally are not getting married, and that's kind of a false perception, I think. And I do think a lot of things go into that. I think it's what Chloe said. I think, it's breaking generational curses, and women, especially millennial women, who were learned from our parents that we got to go out and get it, and we got to, be successful. I've also learned when I was going through school and law school, only Black men felt as if they needed to grind alone. They were the only group out of all the races who felt like before they could get married, they needed to grind alone. I don't know where that mentality comes from, because before, our parents' generation, they were married so they can grind together, because maybe systematically they knew that they were better married than not. I'm not sure. But when I started encountering Black men in particular, it was, oh, I can't do this because I'm trying to get to the bag, or I can't have a relationship right now because I'm trying to get to the bag. So not only do you have Black women going through what they're going through, I think Black men also, while the white men were sorting and getting wives to build their empire, Black men were saying, literally, it's not hearsay, it's what I experienced. Oh, I need to do this alone, or I don't have time for a relationship right now. And then what you see is the deterioration of the Black family. And then separately, we also have baby mama culture, which is not just in within the Black community. It's all through lots of communities. But I also think the baby mama culture, whether people like it or not, is also stopping people from getting married. Because before, yes, there's been baby mamas all throughout history, but there was some sort of, for good or bad, shame that came along with it that would deter someone from doing it. Now, baby mama culture is not just accepted, it's promoted. And so people are doing everything outside of marriage that they would be doing inside of marriage, like buying houses with girlfriends, having multiple kids with girlfriends and boyfriends, all of these things that women mostly are doing with men, that puts them in a predicament that why would a man marry you when you're doing all of those things? And these are women who want to be married. I'm not talking about the people who don't. So when you have that combination of, also, lastly, our generation, unfortunately, cannot financially do things that our past generation used to. And I think, again, with what I said before, people feel like they need to be financially stable before they get married. And so people are also waiting for that. So I think the combination of three is putting people kind of off from doing it, for good for good or bad. I know I said a lot.
No, you
No,
said a
no,
lot,
no.
girl, and I agree. Because John had 3 wives to get him where he was going. He been divorced once and twice, and now he got another Becky. I'm just saying, it's a lot of the black men that rather wait till they get where they need to be. But John, he had a first wife. Now he on to his second wife with a multi-million-dollar company. You absolutely right.
Wait, John,
Well,
who?
because we're better together. We're better together, and every other race seems to understand that. But
Not the real John, by the way, Kojo. Just the John, the white
Just
man.
the John the white man,
Oh,
not a real
sorry.
John. I'm just,
Like
My
Bill or
bad.
Bob.
no, because
I was like, wait, who's
she
John?
said a lot of a lot of black men wait to get the bag on their own so that they could be sufficient. But I was just saying, like, yeah, a lot. If you look at a lot of white men, they usually are married, and most of the time, some of them be married twice. Like, you know, they have their first wives and then their second wives because they know that marriage plays a part in success. That's why politicians are usually married, because they know that marriage plays a part in success.
And you see what happened to Cuomo, the one politician that wasn't married, what he ended up doing. He ended up messing up his bag and his brother's bag by not being in the confines of a marriage. Now, I don't want you to be in a marriage just to be in one, but there's a reason why people trust people who are married and why they even look at bachelor politicians with the side eye, because look what this man was doing all throughout the whatever, talking to all the young girls. You know, it's just a risk. And the saddest part is when I'm at these events, when I did see someone that wasn't married, even though we're all in the same age range and the same success, it's always black women. And that's a story for a different day. But it's literally always black women. Literally, out of all the groups, everyone in the same socioeconomic status, and black women are the only ones not married. I just think that sucks. I think that sucks. And I mean, I could tell you probably why, but it's something to think about.
Okay. Anyone wanna attack that? Anyone wanna hit that point? That was a good breakdown there. You know.
Yeah.
Yes, see, go for it.
That was good what CJ was saying. You know, a lot of what you were saying, see what I definitely agree with. I think that we get into certain situations where things become like a black thing versus a white thing versus a black man thing versus a black woman thing. Black women, we can say so much about black women as far as empowerment, how smart they are, how wise they are, how beautiful they are. We can go into that, and there's nothing wrong with that. But when it comes to a black man, I hear more negativity. Why we don't do this and we don't do that, and we can't do this, we can't do that. But when it comes to marriage, I know that the question came up as far as why do men feel the need to make it on their own first before getting married. I'm just gonna give you my 2 cents on it. I'm not saying that it's 100% right for every man in the world. I'm just giving you these just my thoughts on it, right? So a man is going to want to be successful on his own, because if he can see himself and see that he made it himself, he's going to mirror that. He's going to try to mirror that into a marriage. So if I can lead myself to financial freedom, if I can lead myself to being debt free or being this type of person or that type of person, when I'm in a marriage, then I know I can lead that same way because I was successful in doing so. But if I don't have anything to go off of, if I don't have a strong support system growing up, or whatever the case may be, I may be left with just me. I may just be left with just how I see things, how I view things. So a lot of things have to be taken into consideration, both on the black woman's side and the black man's side, when it comes to being married. And I think some of those things that should be taken into consideration are not being taken into consideration. You know, accountability is not being made or taken across the board. It's either one party's fault and not the other. But it needs to be a conversation that's had across the aisle to gain some clarity on understanding women better and gain more clarity on understanding men better. But until that happens, we're going to be fighting back and forth about why we not doing this and why we not doing that. So we got to do better.
But they say, who finds a wife finds a good thing. And I get what you mean. Like, I don't want you to come to me empty handed. I want you to figure out yourself and figure out who you are. But I think the problem is that, yeah, you could do that in your 20s, but I'm talking about men who have already picked their profession. They've already done this, they have their jobs, they're on their way, and they're literally waiting for God knows what. Like, I don't even know what you're waiting for anymore. Like, please be a whole person. Please. I think it's important, especially in this generation, to at least spend your 20s or a good amount of your 20s figuring yourself out, both men and women. I think you'll do everybody a service by doing that. But I think waiting till you have darn near your house and your picket fence before you find you a wife, and then to insert, what was said before, then you're like, oh, why did these women have their own house? Well, what were they supposed to do? Live in a shoe while they were waiting on you? Like, literally, what were they supposed to do? Are they not supposed to buy a house while they're waiting? So I think it puts people in a predicament. Because I know so many successful women who are like, I don't know if I should buy my condo. I don't have a man yet. I don't want to buy a house or a condo, but like, what am I waiting on? And it's weird. It creates a weird situation that I think, contrary to what these men are saying, that a lot of women don't even want to be in. They don't even want to be considering buying a whole house or condo even by themselves. Like, they would prefer to do it with their partner, but it's like the partners that they have available are either trying to build this empire by themselves, don't want to be married, or are dating white women. Literally, like, that's what's happening. And it creates a weird situation.
And I also want to say that I feel like I know this can go both ways, but finding your person at a younger age, a lot of men are not looking to be married at a young age, which is also a downfall, because that's how you find that woman that's going to stick beside you. Okay. A lot of men go to this point where it's like, I have to have everything together, and they say self-made, and that's perfectly fine. All that's good. You do want to come to the table with something, but I'm just speaking from my own experience, because I was 23 when I was 22 when I met my husband, boyfriend. But I feel like we have grown so much together in the last couple of years that apart we couldn't have not done. Like, he's held me down, I've held him down. We've seen hard times, we've seen great times, we've seen the best, and we're only striving for the best together. I think that a lot of times when men get to this point, they get to this point where it goes, oh, I gotta have all my stuff together, and then you get the wrong woman because she's only looking at you for having yourself together. Not saying you shouldn't be complete, you shouldn't be whole, absolutely, but that's when it becomes a sticky mess where I don't know if she really want me for, if she want me for me or me for my money, because you're not looking for relationship and marriage at a young age. You're waiting to 37, 38 to get married, and now so many other things come into play. So I would say that if men start looking for their wives, someone who's going to hold them down. I'm not with the ride or die, but hold me down in both ways. I'm gonna hold you down, you gonna hold me down, you know what I mean? So I think that if men, because I'm a woman, I wanted to be married. And if men had that same idea, I want to be married by this age, by 25, then we can do this thing together. Why do we always have to be so self-sufficient before we decide to come together and build families? And that's, I think, sometimes a disconnect between men and women, is that men have gotten to this point, and I'm not saying that it's all your fault, because a lot of women be like, oh, I need a man to take care of me. But if you find those women who are willing to hold you down and go through life with you, and not when everything is good. That's why the divorce rate is so high, because when everything is good, everybody's great. But when you fall on them hard times and you don't know how to have a conversation with somebody, now you looking at him and he looking at you, and you like, but you supposed to have it all together. Absolutely not. We in this thing together. So I think that it does play a part in, we should start looking for our husbands and our wives at a younger age to build those relationships and those families, because that's how we know how to appreciate each other. Because I didn't come to you whole. You didn't come to me whole. But now that we're whole together, baby, we can conquer the world.
Go for it, Sean.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, Chloe, you just hit the nail right on the head. You know what I mean? And I think it the longer we stay single, the more we put things in front of what we need to settle down with somebody. And I think that's another reason why we're seeing more and more people wait a little bit longer to get married, because the longer you wait, the more challenging it is for someone to meet your expectation. And I think that it's not to say that we don't want a woman as a man, like we don't want a woman that has accomplished things, but in certain instances, if there's so much that you've accomplished and then we are looking to come together and build a relationship, it is very hard, right? And then the same thing for that man, whatever I've accomplished, and then I've also built up a lot of independence in my own ways and wanting to do things a particular way that you just can't do in a successful marriage. So I think, yeah, there is some merit to not also holding off for so long to get married. Sometimes it's better to start at an earlier stage in life.
So I think this is such an interesting topic because I think there's so many factors that are playing into this. I think I would love to advocate that men should marry early, but a lot of us men do not have a vision. A lot of us men do not know where we're going. We are directionless, and we would actually kill you in a marriage. So, unless you want John Gray situation, where he's now saying you're my lid, we don't want that, right? So, a lot of us guys actually don't know where we're heading to. So, I think myself, I wanted to get married at 25. One of my girlfriends, I wanted to get married at the time, but then financially, I wasn't in a position to be able to do so. You know what I mean? And a lot of us have very different ideals when it comes to how we make a relationship work. I thought I had to have all the finances together. I remember when we were talking about marriage. I remember I got so stressed in this conversation. I actually did a video on YouTube about this. I started calculating how much it would cost to get married and get a house, and I started feeling stressed. And she was like, "Why are you getting stressed?" I was like, "Because in my head, as a man, this is the ideology I had at the time. I still hold to it, some of it. I got to provide majority of the finances. What's 50-50? You guys blaze us for 50-50. And then, so if now I come and talk about 50-50, you're talking about building, but you're blazing us the whole entire time for, y'all went 50-50. Then it just becomes a problem. Hey, listen, I'm not complaining. If that's how you feel, I think that's fair enough. But you want us to build with you, but you're telling us we don't do 50-50. Am I your roommate? That's what we hear. So you want us to come and build with you, but when we do build with you, you cuss us for the building. Why would you want to build with you? Right? That's one aspect. I'm not saying that's every man's perspective, because that's not every man. There are so many women that are out there that will help and build with you. I'm just saying there's also that rhetoric which goes into the air, and people draw upon that rhetoric and go, so then why would I want to be in a relationship? And it affects the way that we think. Number two, we put our own internal stress and stress upon ourselves, because patriarchy also kills us too, because patriarchy is white supremacist. So the benefit of having patriarchy, though we benefit from it by being a man, we also lose out, because our starting block is completely different to the white man. It's completely different. We're having to fight with scraps to try and get somewhere on the ladder. So when that happens, when we're fighting to get those scraps, when we say, obviously, let's build with you, we're, okay, cool, we could build with you, but we know that we're not judged on being a lovely man. We're not judged on being emotionally intelligent. We're judged on results. It's that simple. What can you provide is what we're judged on as a man in the society, right? And of course, women are going to say, of course, that's not all they think about. And I agree. I'm not saying that all women think about that. But again, this is what we're talking about, the airwaves and what comes down. So automatically what happens is an internal pressure within ourselves to make sure we're in a position where we can provide. And the problem is, most of us, the stats show us that men don't start making really good money till they're 35, not 25. So again, unless we change the narrative where we're teaching people that, you know what, marriage is beneficial, that your financial, because whenever we hear these conversations, you never hear anecdotally from people saying that, you know what, marriage is gonna make your finances increase. You never really hear that conversation. We're having it now, but you rarely hear people say this. And do you know why? Because when you look at your parents, you look at them marrying young, and where they're now, a lot of them are broke. I'm so sorry. So when you're telling me marriage is going to increase your finance, I'm looking at you like, well, when I look closer to home, to a lot of us, our parents are broke, bruv. And I say broke, I mean they're not millionaires, they're not making six figures. Some of us, and maybe some of your parents are, but I'm talking about maybe from an African perspective, UK based. They're not making six figures, bro. You know, they're not making bread like that. You know, as Chloe said, Section 8 for a lot of us. So when people talk about saying marry young, the evidence of what we saw, marry young did not bring finances. So the building stage for us trying to get married young again, anecdotally, doesn't look like that. The evidence of what we see doesn't look like that. So why settle down early and marry and get a life of struggle? You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm actually just saying what we can see. It's very hard for us to fight that because we're seeing this particular aspect. Do you know what I'm saying? So we have our own internal pressures that we're dealing with, and we want to make sure that financially we are stable. We want to make sure we have a vision. We want to make sure we have a direction, because being, and this is the final point I want to say this as well. A lot of us men, right? If we married you while you're young, a lot of you women would have killed us. You would have killed us. You know why? Because a man that is directionless, aimless, and without vision will succumb to his woman and submit to his woman. And she will nuke him because she'll resent the fact that she is playing the role that he's supposed to be playing. A lot of us men, I'll be honest with you, you trying to be that, trying to say that, you know what, I can roll with you, I can be with you, and you will grow. No, you're only going to kill me. Because eventually you're going to get annoyed at the fact that I'm not growing at the pace that you want me to grow at. And men are very much aware of this. There is a limit to how much you're going to take in terms of how much growth Kojo can do in that time frame. Thank God. You know what? Do you know what I look back on? I say, thank God I never married any of my ex-girlfriends. You know why? Because where I'm now, I don't think I would have been there had I stayed with them. Not because they're not good, but because my vision was completely different. Marriage wouldn't have solved that issue. That's an issue of exploration by a man. I had to take my role. What we should be focused on is getting men to be around men, to talk to them and say, find your vision. Then you can marry young, because you already know where you're going. So a lot of us don't know where the heck we're going. I'll be honest with you. We are aimless, directionless, purposeless. And we would kill you if we entered into marriage. You'd be divorced by 30. Can guarantee it for a lot of us. You know what I mean? But I'm with you. I think we should be able to marry young. The Bible even says, enjoy the wife of your youth. So I'm with you. I just think that a lot of us are just struggling. Ludwig, why are you smiling at me like that? Go for it.
I was smiling because you was hitting all the points that I wanted to say, and I was like, "Yes, you better say that. Say that with your chest." No, this reminded me of last month. Well, not last month. Last season of Married at First Sight. How we were completely clowning Steve for not having a vision for his wife, and that's why they didn't work out. So that is my takeaway with that, is that like finding someone in your early 20s it's always great. However, the woman has to know, like, okay, this man can take me somewhere. And I'm sure that was a conversation Chloe had with her partner, you know, that she saw the vision that he had for them two. That's why she, you know, held him down when it was time to, and vice versa. But a lot of women are scared to just believe in the black man as going to take them somewhere based on statistics out here. And also, like you said, looking at our parents or our peers' parents and see how they grew from them being married as well. They're not millionaires. There was a point that Seaway made, is that when she's around her other peers of different races, they tend to also be married and successful. I think some other nationalities have instilled the idea of marriage early versus our community. So they would tend to have one or two, three wife, or like by the time they're they're in their 40s, have they're already in their second wife. However, with us, we don't want to continue the same footprint that our parents have when it comes to struggling and married, and we would want to be better than our previous parents. However, I would say for someone like Chad, probably had generation wealth already, waiting for him to help him, kick off his life. That way, once they graduate college, they already have a leg up versus our community has to start from scratch in most ways. So that's one way that I look at things.
But I would also say, I'm not saying like marry the potential, but when you're married young, that's the risk that you take. But they also have to be showing and proving that this is the direction that they're gonna go in. Okay. So
Yeah.
like when I met my husband, he was in school for engineering. Okay. And now he's finishing with a degree in IT. And I'm about to start working. But that's the risk that's the risk that we took. So no, I didn't always no, it wasn't always great. Yes, I did have to work. Yes, he did have to work. Yes, we had to do things we didn't want to do. But eventually that pays off. And that's what I mean by sometimes you if he has a vision, I'm not saying go date boo, Ray Ray who's sitting outside chilling and be like, yeah, get married to me. I'm talking about someone who always because I'm not saying that men don't know who they are, but we don't know who we are either in our early 20s. And we have room to grow and evolve, but that's always going to be the case. We're always going to have room to grow and evolve. So we can always, you can be married at 40 and outgrow someone at 50. So that's always a risk that you take in it. What I'm saying is that if someone is showing you that they're capable and they're committed to this journey, and a man knows that this is where he's going to get, don't wait until you get there to say, now I want to find my wife. What I'm saying is, in your journey of getting to where you're going, you should be weighing your options of, I'm looking for my wife in the process. That's what I meant by, that space of, waiting until we're there as opposed to on the journey there. Like you said, when you're in school, you're looking at your counterparts like, oh, you do what I do. Oh, okay, great. But a lot of men, like you said, they don't look for that. Why they're not looking across the table at that woman like, oh wow, we're both going to school to be doctors. That's cool. I'd rather wait till I become a doctor and then I'm going to find my wife. Like, why do that? That don't make sense.
Yeah, I think the answer, I was so happy that Kojo, you said what you said and everything that was said, because I feel like the answer is within what everyone said. Because honestly, one, it is so important for Black men to have a vision. And I really wish that if all these podcasters spend more time talking to Black men about building their vision, finding their way, operating through this systematic racist society and the patriarchy that I do believe is hurtful to Black men, I think that would be more helpful for everybody if they were able to find their way and spend less time talking about Black women who are finding our way, and focus on that. I think that would be helpful. But like Chloe said, that is what I am saying. I am not saying that to get with a dude before he has a vision, because like Kojo said, that would be the worst thing that you do for yourself. Y'all both are going to be tussling, and at the end of the day, it's probably not going to work out well. But Chloe gave the best example, but like when I was in law school, all of my white counterparts were looking across the way from each other because they both saw each other who had a vision. But the Black men were playing around. But this is when we have some sort of a vision. We may not have the vision, but we have some sort of a vision. And I know for me, like I'm probably too honest about this, but even after law school, I was still broke. My husband, who's a rule follower, he was helping me dodge the boot list in Chicago because I still didn't have no money. But the good thing, and I'm not in that situation now, amen. But the good thing is that we've seen each other even post law school not have everything together, trying to figure out how to pay for the bar. And now we have these big corporate jobs, but because we were able to grow together, God forbid if something happens to my job, God forbid if something happens to his job, we're not going to be hung up on this 50-50 stuff because we've already grown together in some ways. It was post vision because when we met each other, we both had a vision. We both knew that we wanted to be somebody, and I knew he was going somewhere, but he wasn't there yet. And I wasn't there yet. And hell, we still may not be there yet. But I do think it's important to have some level of investment in your partner. Because Kojo, I joke with this all the time, but like when you're on TV, don't wait till you're on TV to get you your girl. You need to be riding with the people, not us, but riding with the girls that were riding with you when you're on YouTube because you're going somewhere. You wait for the time you're on TV, coach. It's a little late.
Yep.
Because I wouldn't know who you're gonna try. I mean, that goes for a lot of professions. You wait till you could have found you the nice black girl in med school, but you waited till you got a doctor. Now you got all these people hitting on you trying to get their little surgeon money. If I was a man, I wouldn't want it. You ain't got to be with me from the beginning, but can we meet from the middle? I think that's a little safer, and that's what you don't be listening to me, coach, like I said earlier, but
No, you're good. You're good.
I
Okay,
think,
so
I think that's
see, wait,
helpful.
you studied law, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so law is a very specific lane. Like if someone's doing a doctorate, it's a very specific lane. If they're studying medicine, it's a very specific lane. It has a particular kind of vision attached to it. It's got a direction. Right. But a lot of us are not in that spectrum. So if you're talking about lawyer, being a doctor, something that requires a very specific lane, you're already kind of going in a particular direction. But for the majority of other people, that's not necessarily their aspect. So you're right. If you're studying law, you're gonna look across other mates who are in that same section because they're going somewhere. But a lot of us other people, I went to university, I studied business studies. I don't know what the heck I was gonna be. I don't know what the heck I was gonna do with it. I just knew I had to take something at a higher degree. I don't know what I was gonna do with it. I don't know what the vision was. I don't know where I was going. It's until later I discovered what the vision and the call is. Do you know what I'm saying? And I think a lot of guys are in that space where it doesn't come until later. A lot of us are in dead-end jobs, don't want to do the job we're doing, but we're doing it to pay the bills, don't know where we're really going. We haven't hit what we're trying to hit. We're just trying to pay the bills and get by. And I think that can be very difficult for a lot of men. But for instance, when you're talking about your position, you're already in something. Your thing's already got a vision. Law is a vision. You are going somewhere. That's taking you somewhere in a particular direction. But I think if you haven't necessarily got that nailed down to a cross, and it can be very difficult to kind of say where you're going. And I think a lot of guys fall into that category where not really sure where we're going, and then it makes it very difficult to kind of then say I'm settled in a sense. But yeah,
I agree. Yeah. I've told you multiple times, I think you did the right thing because I think there's so many girls, especially ones that have very rigid personalities, that would have inhibited you or stopped you from being even where you are at now, because they would have been like, Kojo, you really going to be up in the middle of the night? Kojo, you need to go to sleep. Oh, you still at YouTube? I do think that you did the right thing, and maybe people in your same position who are creatives, who are really finding their way, could not be in a relationship and be confined by people who may not be in the creative space or people who may not understand where you're going. I'm just saying, even for creatives, at some point, you have an idea of where you're going, and before you get there, you may not want to pass up all of these. I'm not just talking about you, Kojo, but you may not want to pass up all these people who see where you're at now, but still see your potential, and they see where you're going, and they want to help you get there. And I think there's somewhere in between. You may not want that while you're like still working at Starbucks and you got a couple ideas, but if you have a vision of where you want to be in your life, but you're not there yet, I would see who is down for me right now.
Right.
I mean, that's how I would.
Who's inside now? Who's willing to deal with me being on the YouTube this time of night, like my husband in the room? Exactly.
Fair shout.
Yeah, I mean that's a good point, Kojo. I mean, I think it goes out to different experiences too that we as men go through throughout the dating situation. I shared this fun fact for me. I was in a relationship at one point where the young lady I was with, I had asked her I was going to my daughter's volleyball game. I was already running late. And I said, hey, let me get $10 and then I'll get it back to you. I'll go to ATM, bring it back to you when I come back. She said no. She said she was taught to never give a man money. And we were in a relationship for about a good 9 months. We're talking about $10. So to me, that turned me completely off because I'm looking at her like, we're talking about $10. That's just a little ticket for you to get into the game. So if I didn't have time to go by the ATM, that wasn't part of the story. The situation that came up, I would have never known that was her mindset because it's not something that you would think to have to ask your partner. You know what I mean? Like when you say $10, I mean like it's nothing, right? So in that situation, it's like, man, you know what I'm saying? Like this will be a partner. I know we're talking about growing together. I know we're talking about building together. Like if you can't trust your partner with $10 or to give it back to you, that's how can you build from that? And I'm just saying, there's a certain situation that men go through, a certain situation that women go through. We hold on to those situations that teaches us how to be better people. It makes us stronger people. But we got to get to a point where we're ready to be that vulnerable. Again, sometimes we go through situations where we can't be vulnerable anymore. And we feel like when we do that, it bites us in the butt, and it takes a while to open that back up. So I think there's some hesitancy there as well. Just want to add that.
Appreciate that, Corey. Appreciate that. All right, I've got a few other people who are in the background wanted to contribute, so he wanted to jump in. So, Queen, talk to us. What are you saying?
Hi guys, good evening. Thanks for having me on.
So good.
I am enjoying these last few chats you've been having lately, and I can't help to like some of it actually pertains to me, and even what Seaway mentioned a couple of minutes ago about how some of us, especially us women in our 30s, we're dating some of these men that want to wait until they get to that point, the goal of where they're at before they get married. And it's sometimes it gets frustrating because I was talking to my cousin a couple of days ago, and it's like, yo, this is so frustrating. And I even mentioned in the chat, for a lot of us in our 30s, especially us African girls, I'm Ghanaian from an African standpoint, we are drilled constantly when you're younger, go to school, focus on this and all of this. And then some of us are getting these degrees and masters and PhDs and doctorates. And then when you're done, it's like, okay, so where's my husband? And you want to marry someone, especially with Black men, African men. You want to marry someone that's at your stature, that has their things together. For me, I can speak on a personal perspective. I have all of that ready. And I think I mentioned that in your chat some time ago. I have that already. And I feel like I'm at that point. I'm in my career. Where's my husband? And I'm dating someone right now. And although he's in his career, he's trying to get to a point where he's good. And it's like, I feel like the goalpost is being moved constantly. So for me, what I've seen, and I've dated multiple guys, especially Ghanaian guys, for me, I've seen Ghanaian guys, sorry, not to not to kind of pinpoint Ghanaian men specifically, but most times Ghanaian guys are, they want to get their life together. Some of them have played, enjoyed their 20s, enjoyed their 30s, and then when they get to their 40s, they're panic, like, where's the house, where's my career? And it's like we're sitting here waiting. So then it's like we're frustrated. Should I buy my house now? Like, should I wait for my husband? Like, what are we doing? So I feel like Seaway nailed it, and like nailed it perfectly. A lot of us are really frustrated because, like, where do we begin? Where do we go? So, and you even said it, Kojo, a lot of us will get frustrated. There's that resentment, like you want to hold that man down, quote unquote, but like, what are we holding down? Where's the vision? And then us holding you down, are you also reciprocating why we're holding you down? And I think the biggest fear for us women is that we're holding you down. Are you going to marry us, as we're holding you down? I don't want to, put my all in this and put all my eggs in one basket, holding you down and pushing you and all that. And then I don't get the ring at the end. We break up, and then the woman that randomly comes in actually successful, they get the ring. And then I'm just here like, oh, damn, like I build you up for another woman to get you. And that was the issue. I know some of us watch Insecure, but that's what Issa Rae said. I built this guy up. Like, I held him down at his lowest, and then another woman is going to get him where he's at his best. He gets a job in his career, everything is set, and then what am I doing here? So I think that's the issue with a lot of us Black women now. I know I'm seeing Loud Wine. She's like snapping. A lot of us are in that predicament right now, and it's frustrating. Yes, it's frustrating. And I'm frustrated right now, but I'm like, even earlier, like before this chat started, I'm like, you know what? I don't want to cuss, but I give up. I'm tired. I don't know what to do anymore. So maybe I should just wait till God brings my husband, because me trying to push and all of that, it's frustrating. And I don't know. We don't know. We don't know what to do. So I'm glad you're having these chats, and I love hearing the male's perspective on, you know, everything. So yeah, I'm done.
Love that, Queen. Love that perspective.
Thank you.
Mr. Z.
Thank you for having me up, Kojo. I'm sorry to be the fly in the buttermilk, but I'm coming in like Darth Vader today. Look, women are outpacing men in colleges in America. 60-40 split as of last year. That's all women, all men. That's not black specifically. Women are getting more degrees, higher degrees. They still don't make more money than their male counterparts in any race, right? But they're getting more degrees. So eventually that's going to matriculate into money. And if you're in America, the gap in the gap from World War II of America being pretty much the only game in town, being the only manufacturing hub of the world, pretty much, that's done. That's been done since the 80s. So upward mobility, not really a thing anymore. And I think what we're reeling from is the fact that second wave feminism gave women what they wanted, and it's equality to a certain extent, and I don't think they actually want it. Because if we're going to have situations where, let me pause right there. This is the marriage numbers in America. 26% of poor Americans are married, 39% of middle class, 56% of upper middle class and above, according to American Enterprise Institute. So it is a class thing. The number one reason for divorce in America, it switches between 1 and 2. It's infidelity and money. So we're not getting married for the money. And then if we do get married, we getting divorced for the money. Unless you're rich, but your spouse is still cheating, but y'all not going to break up because of the money. So women are getting their degrees, which means they're literally psychologically pricing themselves out the game, because let's be honest, women want men at worst on their level or above. But what happens when you become the level?
Wait, hold up 1 second. Women are getting their degrees because these men, I'm not going to say all men, are not checking for us to wife us to be their helpmates. So we have to help ourselves.
No, they can't afford you, ma'am.
No, that's the conversation we're having right now. The conversation we're having right now is that why are we getting married at a later age? It's because men are looking for their wives at a later age. Why? Because now women, we can't wait till we 40 to decide to go get our lives together. I'm not
after
waiting
39, you don't get married in America.
I'm not waiting for you. So if you decide not to choose your wife at a younger age, don't be mad when she got her ish together and don't want to F with you when you get older.
I think you're missing what I'm saying. I'm saying
no, I heard exactly what you said.
Okay, let me. Okay, ma'am. I wasn't finished. You cut me off to fuss me out. I don't know if you realize that.
No, but you sound like he's blaming the white man for all of this.
I'm not. I'm actually. Okay, then thank you. Could I land?
Let him land. We'll rebuttal after.
Because what I'm saying is we live in an economic structure that screwed everybody. The age of marriage for American women now is about 27. It's 27.8, so 28. It's rising year by year. That's not just a black thing. Of course, it hurts black people more, right? But that's an American thing. You live in a project that pushed hyper individuality. It pushed market-based everything. And now that we're reeling from that with 40 years later, everybody acting like they don't know what happened. Plus, it pushed women into the workplace and education. That's not a bad thing. But it does mean that the bar continues to go up, and eventually men start to drown under the expectations. And that's not, once again, exclusively a black thing. When I said the 60-40 split in college enrollment, the biggest drop-off was with white men. That's percentage-wise and raw number-wise. Obviously, raw number, they're majority of America, right? But even as a percentage, they're the largest drop-off, right? So, like, we got to consider these things when we talking about marriage. We're talking about people being on our level. We're talking about class, income, right? Why are these things happening across the West? But, I'm American. I was born and raised in America. So for me, these things, yes, it's affecting black people a particular way, the black community a particular way. And I understand the concept of as for a woman, I did everything I was told I was supposed to do. I'm 28, 29, 30. I graduated in law school or whatever. I'm a nurse. I'm doing well. I'm making 60, 70, 80, 90, $100,000 a year. Where's my man? Right? But what the system didn't tell you is that it actually socialized a lot of the men to be your helpmate. As a matter of fact, there's white feminists, because most sisters ain't on this, but that's saying like the biggest issue they're having is when they tell the women, oh, actually, there was something in the fine print that we didn't tell y'all in high school and in college. Yeah, some of y'all are going to have to be not just the breadwinners, but like, air quotes, the lead person in the household. Now, once again, I'm not necessarily advocating for these things. I'm saying what it is, right? So we're going to have some type of schism, especially in the Black community, because we have certain concepts of patriarchy and men leading, and the environment is changing and making that even more difficult for everybody in America. But once again, if you're American, you know the quote, when white America has the cold, Black America has the flu. So it's really devastating the Black community. And I'll pause right there. I know I'm rambling.
But Mr. Z, what should we do? Like, what's your solution to this? Like, what do you think?
How bad do you want me to sound?
No, I want our action items, because when we give statistics, I always like to glass half full it. Like, what would you suggest that we as a community do if you're saying that the breakdown and what we're seeing is kind of the trickle down effect, and the Black community is just seeing the downfall of basically just the bursting of the middle class, is what I'm hearing from you, that there's no more middle class, which we know is a fact. That's what's going on. There's just rich and poor. And you're saying that Black people are suffering the most from that. So how do we combat that? Sorry, Kojo. I wanted to be solution
unless you want to run up on DC like January 6th and tell the politicians, don't hire women no more. Women ain't going to college. Just go hire men and double their income. I mean, I'm being facetious, but low key a little serious, because it's like we're playing musical chairs with our love life and everything. Our expectations aren't being met because we didn't actually formulate what this would look like in the long run, right? Mm-hmm. That's what we're reeling with. It's like they told us to do these things, and we did. We went, we got our education. The women are outpacing men. That's nothing wrong with that. But there is a cost to that, right? And I think we're reeling from that cost. That's why the marriage rate is going higher. The divorce rate is actually not growing anymore because people aren't even getting married to get divorced. Right, and marriage becoming a elite class project.
I didn't hear a solution, but send us back to the kitchen. Because if we go back to the kitchen, the Black men ain't going. They can't pay for us by themselves.
But that's my thing. My thing is, if we grow together instead of trying to outdo one another. What's the problem with growing together? That's why I'm confused, because you say, oh yeah, women are getting their degrees, they're getting more money eventually, this, that, and the other. Okay, so maybe men need to start trying to find a woman at a younger age so that we can develop together and grow together as a community, instead of waiting until we got our ish together and now we all looking for somebody and we can't find them.
I have something to add.
Before you do next, let me just say, I actually, funny thing is, I actually agree with his points. I actually understand what he's saying. I think it's the way he's delivered it. I've said the exact same thing, but it's the way he said it, right? The honest truth is, unfortunate, but what he didn't add at the very end is what the solution is, which is you need Black men to step up. This is that's what you've actually come down to the conclusion, which is because what happens is you're saying that Black women have ascended so much they've gone past Black men. So the only conclusion...
I'm not saying, Kojo, you sounded real positive. I'm not trying to give a positive outlook on this. I'm purposely being dark.
I know you're being dark. I know you're being dark. But what I'm saying is, I actually agree with a lot of the points you're making. I think the part that you need to add is the end, which is that it's going to fall on you and I. I keep saying this, like whenever these points come up, it always seems to avoid men. You throw me back into the kitchen.
I was joking with that, but... I'm sorry, Kojo. This is the thing that I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
Let me finish. I'm sorry. Go. My apologies. That's right. The reason why I'm saying what I'm saying is you actually made a good point, which is you said that the community, we've changed. Women have outgrown the position we had them in the 1950s. You want to call it that? That kind of stay in the kitchen, be a housewife. They've outgrown that position now. Yeah, they're now working jobs. They're getting degrees. They're getting a certain level of money. We both agree that women are hypergamous. The solution is very simple. You need to step up. because the thing doesn't change. At the end of the day, you can't send them back, so you can only go forward. So
I agree with that. I don't think there's a step up.
No, but the reason why I said that is because you never mentioned it. What I find frustrating with these arguments is that whenever these arguments come from this particular angle, they fail to put the pressure back where it needs to be. Step the heck up. Because that's all it's going to take. It takes for the rest of the other men to say, all right, cool, if that's what you're doing, we're competitive too. All right, we're gonna match you. We're gonna go past, right? And then we're back to where we were beforehand. So the only difference is that women have grown in terms of the fact they have ability to make finances. They have the ability to make different choices now. They don't have to stay in the marriages that you guys, me and you have kept before in a previous aspect. They have a level of freedom. But that means that me and you now have to improve not only on your finances, you need to be emotionally mature. You need to be emotionally intelligent. You need to emotionally regulate. You need to improve on those other aspects. What was before cannot stay that way before. We had it in a particular way where we can get away with murder. You can't do it now because they have a level of freedom and power. All it takes is for us to move forward. Men, step forward. That's all it takes. Because what you were advocating for was for them to step back.
No,
that's the problem.
I was being. This is what I'm saying, Kojo. First of all, I was being facetious with that. But this is, in all seriousness, this is Mr. Z being serious.
Okay.
I don't think there's a step up. It's over. Marriage is going to become an elite institution, and that upper middle class marriage that's going to start shrinking. Also, we are turning it to an elite exercise. The way we think of the nuclear family, the way we think of marriage. Look at, they did a poll in America. And I've been searching for it for the longest. And they looked at who wants to have children and get married, and they saw was literally at a income bracket. So $70,000 and up is where you see people being hopeful for family, right? What we think of as a nuclear family. Once you start getting under $70,000 a year, you saw people way more hesitant. So if we're telling people, men specifically, you have to be more than stable, because we're using the word stable, but for many people, it's really borderline extravagant, right? Let's, if we're going to be honest as Black people right now, if you're telling people that, specifically men, that, and there was a sister that was saying that earlier, they know they can, and I said it to the sister, I don't know if she knew I was being serious. Men are realizing that they really can't afford these relationships, and there is no stepping up. In America, entrepreneurship was at a 40-year low before COVID. I mean, I'm not trying to make it like the end of the world, but when I say there's no,
if the women have stepped up, why can't we step up? I'm so confused by that.
You know why? Because we've bought into the idea of abundance mindset so much that we forgot that the women stepped up, and that hurt both women and men financially in a way.
That's not answering the problem. No. Why is it women can step up but we can't step up?
Because their step up was on your shoes. Maybe I'm wording it wrong. It's very possible that I might.
Okay, wait. Let's go back. Okay.
Yeah.
Did women step up or not?
Yes.
Okay. Let's stay that line. So they stepped up, right? Mm-hmm. Somehow they found a way to step up.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not impossible, right?
No.
So there's a way for us to step up then, as men.
And how would that? You're watching. Okay, let's go through that.
No. Don't go off. Just answer.
I'm going on to that.
Okay. It's a yes or no question. I closed it for a reason.
I said no. I said there.
So
no,
men cannot step up.
It's a zero-sum game. So there is no men stepping up without hurting women. You see what I'm saying?
No. Forget that part. The part we are talking about is, can we step up? You said that women stepped up.
Yeah.
Somehow women,
but on your
by a
shoes.
miracle. No, but that's irrespective of that. Somehow they found a way to step up. And you said, yes, they stepped up. And I said to you then, fantastic. Now, if that is the case, if they found a miracle somehow, some way, they bypassed the laws of heaven and hell and managed to get past all the laws of the land, somehow became heavenly and divine, and managed to find a way to step up. How is it that we as men, who are meant to be problem solvers, can't find a way to step up? I'm confused by that.
Okay, so if you want me to answer it again, I'll say it even more clear.
So
men stop. Because Coach, I'm addressing. I'm saying definitely no, without taking some of that from women. It is a zero-sum game, and I think we struggle to ignore. Okay, women have been going to college more than men since 1981 in America. Now you have the 60-40 split. It's that crazy. So it is, I'm literally giving y'all an example of zero sum. So if you want men to air quotes step up, it will be at the detriment of the way we're seeing women's progress today. Nobody want to hear that. Y'all don't want to hear zero sum. It literally is that right now. I mean, we see it. And go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so let's take this into account. I think a lot of women in the chat, I don't want to speak for everyone, a lot of us would step down just a little bit for y'all to step up. We would probably gladly let you guys take a little bit of this reign to do something. I think Kojo's thing is, even if you take away from us, a lot of Black women would gladly, let me tell you, I would gladly today take a year or two off of my career goal from this law firm if I could. Let me tell you, and I am an ambitious individual, and I am tired because I want to be a fit, feminine, and submissive woman, and I am effing tired. Okay, so a lot of us would take a step back. I promise you, if you guys would step up. So
I think you're missing. I'm sorry.
She's not missing it.
What I said is it's not up. No, it's not up to Black women. This is white women in America that decided, screw this whole patriarchy thing. We're gonna create, and that's why even y'all don't see the videos of white girls even complaining. Everybody, we're complaining. No, I understand what I'm saying. Please. No, but we're in their nation. You see, ladies, I'm sorry for, this is how I usually am. I'm a little animated. My apologies. I'm not really going at y'all. But what I'm saying is the thems, the social designers, put on your tinfoil hat, whatever, right? Decided that this whole form of patriarchy and where America stood in the world was going to come to an end. They needed to double the workforce, so they encouraged women to get into the workforce and to go to college. Nothing necessarily wrong with that, right? What that did was change the family dynamic a bit in the beginning, and it's done so more and more to the point now where, like we were saying before, what the reasons for divorces and blah, blah, blah. But now that women are seriously competing with men for certain jobs, all across academia, all across the board, that does do something to marriages. And even in the Black community. The reason why I brought up the white girls complaining is because what you just said, sis, that's not just you. That's not even just the Black woman thing. Of course, it's hurting us more, obviously. But we would literally, and I was kind of joking, but kind of being serious about the January 6th thing. You would literally have to sit down with somebody, whoever the thems are, the academics, the people that go talk to presidents and senators and kind of formulate how they want society to move. You would have to sit down and talk and listen. We don't like the way this shit is going. We understood y'all tried to do this for women's empowerment and women's benefit. But quite frankly, we don't like working these 40, 50, 60 hours a week. We don't like that shit. We don't want to compete against men. We don't want 33% of us to be male head of household, 33% of us to be something middle kind of egalitarian, and then 33% of us to be female led a household. That's their vision. And as much as I can fight against it as an individual with me and my lady. Maybe Kojo when he gets lady, him in Britain, right? Individually, but as a group, as a society, there's no way for us to fight against that unless we really go and sit down with these people, whoever they are, and say, this shit ain't working. It's tearing people apart.
No, that's not going to work. What we have to do, Black men need to start stepping up for Black women so we don't feel the need to do it on our own. That's the issue. We have become so conditioned to be independent. We have to get it by any means necessary. So until the Black man steps up and say, I am going to provide for my Black woman, I am going to protect my Black woman, then we can say, you know what, let me rest in my femininity. Let me be a helpmate to my husband. Let me take care of this household and these children because our Black men have stepped up and taken on it. But if y'all want to sit here and say, oh, you women are going to get degrees now. We had no choice. What did y'all want us to do?
I'm not saying it's a negative, ma'am.
I'm not saying it's a negative, but what you can say is that it's our fault that we had to make
I didn't say that. Whoa. I don't even believe that.
Kojo said, if we can do it, you can do it too. So Black men need to take back their kingdom and lead for their families and stop waiting until they're 50 to try to get married and start at
I'm
25
just gonna watch people suffer then,
and looking for
because I
their
think
wives so we can do this as a unit. That's what it is. Y'all don't
it's
want
just
us.
not gonna happen.
Y'all don't want the
It's not
women.
gonna happen.
Y'all want to
It's
do
not
it
gonna
all on
happen.
your own and then come look for us.
No, actually, no, ma'am. They actually, there's polls about what you're saying.
Before you
Go ahead.
again,
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna get
Yeah.
Sean, and I'm gonna get
Okay,
Nikes
my
after.
apologies. My
Sean, the
apologies.
Nikes after. All right, Sean, the Nikes after. Thank you, Z. Go for it, Sean, and then Nikes, and then Z can go after.
So
yeah.
I just think that you're starting from the end and not getting to, or you're starting from like the middle rather, and you're not getting to the end. And I think that's what has some of us confused as to where the point really is in this, because I think some of the things you're saying are truth, right? You know, are black men and black women in competition with each other in some capacities? But I think we can't just stop there, right? Because if we just stop there, then we just settle and just accept whatever is doled out to us. And if we know anything about our people that span across this entire world, we are a people that fight. So as if we as men just say, okay, we know what it is and we have to change the whole system around, then yeah, there's some component of that that doesn't need to be done. But it doesn't mean that marriages can't be successful. It doesn't mean that black men and women can't work in cohesion. You know, even on this panel, there's people that are married, right? I was once married. So when I look across the landscape at some of my friends who are married, they are successful in their black marriages and relationships. So I don't think we can have just this, oh, these are all the things we have up against us and we have no way to move forward. No, it just means that if this is the challenge, then how do we get past it? Because we are not in physical shackles anymore, right? So if I need to get out and figure out multiple streams of income, I can do that. There's nobody stopping me and saying, Sean, you can't get to X, right? If I'm not having the success I want at work, there's nothing stopping me from applying and finding another job that's going to get me a better salary, better income, better options. So I think that has to be the place. Yes, can we state the facts and know what some of the obstacles are in our path, but it doesn't mean that all of that is going to prevent us from having successful relationships. That's my point.
Nikes, go for it.
I think one of the things that we forget to talk about when we talk about these things is there's a term called economically attractive, which wasn't brought up in any of this conversation, but it was alluded to. And what you find is that women typically want to date a man who earns on average 58% more than they do. So just to kind of put this in perspective, and this can be Google, right? So if the average woman is earning $47,299 in the USA, that means that the average man would have to earn about $74,732 in and around that, right? And if you look at it as a percentage of men that work, most men probably don't earn 74,000, and we can see this from
median income is 40 grand.
Yeah, it's actually a bit more than that in 2019.
No, you're talking about average, but median is like 42 grand.
I'm looking at it. It's actually 57,456.
Does it say median or average?
This says the full-time working man in 2019 had a real median earnings of 57,000.
No, that's way less than that.
But it could.
I get it, but I'm sorry.
But the point I'm ultimately trying to get at is that ultimately most men, if you look at it from a hard statistical perspective, are not geared for marriage because women ultimately earn too much. And you spoke about, well, men need to step it up. I totally agree with that narrative. But the truth is, if most men are going to work normal jobs, they're not going to be businessmen, they're not going to be entrepreneurs. There simply just isn't enough space at this executive level for men to truly earn at the capacity that is necessary for them to be viable for a marriage. And this is like what we can talk about hard things. And we talk about other hard things. Most women are desiring men who are tall, who are good looking, and everything else that comes with it. The actual selection in inverted commas becomes almost non-existent. They want superstars. No issue there, right? If you're actually a superstar and you have a plethora of women to choose from. But for the average man, he doesn't earn enough to have a submissive wife. He doesn't earn enough to run his household. He doesn't earn enough to be respected. So why would he put himself in that situation? Sure, if you're married, you might earn more, but everything else that comes with it makes it not really attractive. That's my opinion. And I'm one person, by the way. Don't shoot me.
No.
So, Kojo, so the brother... But I'm sorry. No,
I'm
but
sorry.
it's the economic. Okay, so the brother talked. I read that article too. Economically unattractive men are leading to a downturn in marriage, right? And so this is an article that was came out around what 2018, maybe 2017, something like that. And essentially, it's saying exactly what the brother said. It's not that women are making more than men. It's that they make enough that because they want men that once again make 58% more than them, men simply don't. They just don't. Not enough men make that. So essentially, women are looking for the top 20% of men. I said this to Kojo before, and they're saying if they can't get the top 20% of men, then men need to step it up. But that's literally financially impossible in this particular environment unless the system was like to kick women off the system, put y'all back in the kitchen. So I was joking when I said that, but like, literally, unless y'all only make like 20 grand a year, then you'll be happy with a 60 grand a year dude. You see what I'm saying? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Also, there's a really important point as well that came up. So I know we're talking about income, but height is also really important because this is something that women consider. If you're under 6 foot, they did a study that you would have to earn $176,000 more than your 6 foot counterpart who earns $60,000 or more to be considered as attractive. So if you put these two things together, that most men are not 6 foot, I think the average height is about 5'8", give or take, and most men are average earners, it actually seems like not just a bad bet, an astronomically bad bet for the average man to get married. They're literally setting their lives up for failure and disrespect.
The number I said finance is the number one. It switches between 1 and 2 reasons for divorce in America. Remember, women file for 70 to 80% of divorces. And so if money is the number one reason, and then women, the brother's literally telling y'all, like, we would get married at, the sister said it earlier, you'll get married at 27 years old, and he'll be making more than you. Once again, he will be making more than you, but because he doesn't make 150 grand, you will divorce him. You see, like, it sounds funny what I'm saying, or it sounds, hyperbolic, but it's literally, our lives are literally being documented as we speak through numbers. And some of us are going to escape that. Some of us are going to rise above that. But for most of us, and this is people in the West in general, not just Black people, but specifically for Black people, it's going to impact us, especially when most of us don't even know. I think the brother was saying that earlier, like, most of us don't even know the environment or the landscape. We don't know, right? So when I say these things, I know it sounds like, and what I said to Kojo earlier, I'm coming in like Darth Vader, right? Because it sounds depressing, but this is really what it is. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Also,
before you go, okay, wait, because Loudwind's waiting. Go for it, and then Seaway's gonna go after. Go for it.
Okay, so everything that I'm hearing is a lot of excuses.
Thank you.
When Kojo initially said, if women are out here earning, doing what they can, why can the man do the same? Technically, I'm not supposed to be making more than you guys.
You're not,
statistically. Right. So when I hear things like complaining about how women are advancing or stepping on men's toes and not doing that, don't you feel some type of way that you are not excelling as you should?
You have totally missed the argument.
Wait. Let her finish, then you can jump in. Yeah, go for it.
Excuse me. Mr. Z came on this platform to choose violence tonight. However, he's not also looking at the fact that he's also making himself look bad because you're complaining about women.
I'm not complaining. I'm in a relationship and I make way more than my girlfriend.
I'm not saying you are doing bad. I'm saying you're complaining about how women in general are advancing before men. However, you can work 2-3 jobs. You can find ways like cryptocurrency or getting a side hustle, making more money, start products online. There's different ways to increase your income. I don't want to hear any excuses from men because that makes me feel like you are inferior and you feel some type of way because women are doing better than you. That's ridiculous.
Miss Loudwine, have you considered men?
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It is Ludwin. Thank you.
Oh, Ludwin. I'm sorry. Okay. if we already said men make more than women, even in the black community, black men still earn more than black women. At least in America, I don't know about Britain, but black men still earn more than black women.
Where?
So with black men still, as a matter of fact, blackdemographics.com,
So why are we not?
Bureau Labor Statistics, couldn't get it out, sorry. But
Sorry, bro.
yeah, so they show these numbers. I'm not pulling this out of my rear end, right? So um black men still earn more than black women. Black men still work more hours than black women. Black men have more in savings than black women. I know a lot of sisters are talking about black women are the fastest growing business owners in America, but black men still own more businesses, than black women. So it's not a lack of black men not doing these things. Have you ever considered that the expectation is so high now that it doesn't matter that I earn more or that I start more businesses or that I have more in savings and I have less in debt? It's not good enough. And I'm okay with that. By the way, I've never said in here, I'm going to be done in 30 seconds. I've never said or implied, for real, that women shouldn't be doing these things. In all honesty, I don't believe it. I think women should go as far as they can. I have nieces. I have my younger sister, my older. I want especially black women to go as far as they want to go, educationally and financially. What I'm saying is, when that happens, there is a cap at which your vision of where men should be. Your vision outpaces where men are. Men in general, not even just black men. That's all. I'll pause right there.
Also,
that I can agree that. I can agree that.
But is it also safe to say, going back to what we were just talking about, why wait till we are all where we need to be?
But that's on women. Remember the article that the brother referenced?
No, but
sis, did you forget the article the brother said?
You're not looking for your wife.
I'll let you respond.
I'm sorry.
That's right, bro. You're good.
But that's my thing. You can't say it's on women when a man proposed to a woman. If you're making this amount of money, you're making more, and you're saying that, oh, we have to make this more. Why wait till we all are making more? Why not go look for your wife at a younger age? Because this is what we was talking about, right, Kojo? We was talking about marrying younger. Why not? Yeah. Why wait till we are established? This is the disconnect between us as men and women in the black community. We're waiting. We're waiting for what?
Economically unattractive men are leading to a downturn in marriage. It's women. All the social scientists are telling you now, white, black, and otherwise, are telling you it's the women that don't want the men. It's the men proposing. As a matter of fact, Kojo know me because my first time on the show,
have you proposed to your woman?
No, not yet.
Exactly.
Not yet.
My point.
Not
proven.
Yet. But you didn't even ask me how long we've been together. You haven't even asked me how long we've been together. So you were trying to prove a point. You see what I'm saying?
No. My thing is, what are you going to wait for?
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Are you going to wait for that?
Let him finish.
Say that again. I'm sorry. I missed you. Say that again. Yeah, but so the point I'm saying is that it said economically unattractive men are leading to a downturn in marriage. Kojo knows me because the first time I called in, it was after Kevin Samuels passing, and he covered Kevin. What you saw often was sisters telling you they've been proposed to 2 and 3 times, right? So what I'm saying, and I want to be very clear because if you're going to disagree with me, I want to make sure that we're disagreeing on what I'm saying, which is the environment has led to an astronomical expectation and understanding of manhood, masculinity, and the provision part of provider protector. And it's so outpaced where men are that women almost have an unrealistic expectation. And it's not just black women. So I'm not going in on sisters. Once again, I only date black women. My girlfriend's a black woman. I will only marry a black woman. So it's not about that. What I'm saying, once again, is that like the brother said, if the expectation is $70,000 a year or more, that's literally the top 20%. That goes back to the article. Economically unattractive men are leading to a downturn in marriage, but it's not the men not wanting to marry the women. It's the women saying you don't make enough. Once again, regardless of race in America, at least. I don't know about Britain, right? And I'll pause right there.
Also, there's a study that came out that you lot can research. 71% of women saw men as providers. So it all interlinks, and you have to think about what women's sexual strategy is overall. They're looking for the highest quality male that they can get. And as you've heard the narrative with women, if I can do it for myself, what is the point of coupling up? So it all feeds back into the statistics of they literally want superstar men. And if you look at what a man's sexual strategy is, it's to have as much selection as he can. Right? That's not to say every man or woman is going to exercise this primitive nature, but at the core, it still exists. And as we date and we go through life, these are at the these things are what our classes are natural predisposition. So marriage gets hard, and you have Chloe out here saying that men should marry young. But why would a man marry young when he just knows deep down he doesn't have the financial capacity necessary to sustain a family? He's ultimately setting himself up for failure. And as I said earlier, a man in this current world can only be respected when he has finances. And women will say that's not true, but we are seeing it day in and day out, and it's being reaffirmed with the statistics.
Yeah, because you wait until we 50 and we already got our stuff together. We got our houses, we got our jobs, we got our everything planned out. And now you're sitting here looking at us like, well, what I'm supposed to do for you now? That's why I said, why are we not pursuing people when we're younger? Because now we are growing together. The appreciation is more. So it doesn't matter when you're dating as when you're married. It doesn't matter who gets to that financial stability. We have financial stability, period. So when men start going to this point where it's like, oh, I have to have this much. Yeah, you have to have this much. But if we start at, let's just say, if I started at 40,000, my husband started at 50,000. I went up to 60,000. He went up to 70,000. I went up to 80,000. He went up to 90. We're growing together. Whether or not he's making more than me, we're still growing together. It's this concept where it's like, oh, I'm going to wait until I'm like, 50 years old and I have all my things together. That's the issue that we're talking about. It's not necessarily about the finances, because finances are going to fluctuate. You can lose your job tomorrow. We just went through a lockdown. People lost their jobs.
Miss
So do
Chloe,
you want someone who's going
wait, before you go, Z,
because of
Jay's
your
gonna
money?
go.
No. So when you go to this point where it's just,
Okay,
I have to make
Hold on, Jay. Wait, Claire's not finished.
Yeah, I'm just saying you have to make that much. Of course, you're gonna have to bring to the table more than I make after I don't work my way up the ladder for 15 years, 20 years at a job. Of course, that makes sense. But that's why it goes back to starting to look for your wife. I'm not saying necessarily marry, but starting to court, have the intention to get married, to build with someone. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying go ahead and marry at 25. I'm not saying that. But if it falls into place for you, then by any means necessarily. What I'm saying is, when Seaway said that her counterparts were not checking for her because they were already trying to get to a goal, the point is, why wait till we are already established? And now you have to come to the table with 2 times more than me when we were accepting you. We were accepting you coming to the table with 10% more.
Madam, the numbers literally say that's not true.
Wait,
I'm sorry. And this is so.
Wait. Z,
okay,
wait.
I'm sorry.
No,
I thought you were saying me. I'm
Jay.
sorry.
No, it's okay. Jay, go for it.
I appreciate everybody's stats and numbers and all of these things that you guys are saying. I appreciate all the defense for the women on why it's not the women's fault and all this. But I'm going to put it like this. You guys mentioned every last thing under the sun. You put all this love into everything, like money and all of this stuff. The reason why Black people especially are failing at marriage, are not even getting into marriage, is because you guys are taking the main factor that gave you life in the first place out of it, and that is God, period. None of you guys mentioned that one time. You guys put all the love into pockets and all these things, this financial stuff and all this stuff like that. If God is in your marriage, period. If God is in your relationship, period. If God is in you, period. You're not worried about the woman going to be submissive because she knows her place under God. You're not worried about the man's finances because you know he's going to take care of you under God, period. And that's what we are all missing. We're missing God in the aspect of all of it. If you don't have God first, you have nothing at all. You guys are fighting over finances. That means nothing. That means absolutely nothing. I'm glad Chloe said it right there. You can lose your job tomorrow. Then what? You're sitting here telling me men can't step up. Why? Because they have no faith in themselves, because they lost their faith in God. Under all, God does everything for us. So if you have no faith in God in the first place, of course you can't step up, because you forgot who you are. You forgot that you are an image of God. You forgot he had provided for you everything that you needed under the sun before money was invented. He gave you a brain that we only use 3% of. You want to do those statistics? Do those statistics if you want to do some numbers. How much of your brain that you are actually using? A genius uses 10% of it. You haven't even tapped into your greatness yet you're sitting here giving up excuses of why you can't be great. Don't sit here and say that your women stepped up on the shoulders of men. No, women stepped up on their own. Just like men need to step up. And yes, there's been hardship for the black men. There's been hardship for the black men statistically placed by other races to keep you down. Yes. But has it really destroyed you? No. I have people that is in my life today have been on drugs, on the street, homeless, that are rich right now. Why? Because their mind will not let them fail at anything they put their mind at. God is in their life right now, and God is going to keep looking out for them, period. All these excuses with no solutions means nothing. And blaming each other is not the solution. Going back and forth and saying this is a man's problem, this is a woman's problem, that is not the solution. The solution is, if we don't come together as black people, period, we're going to always stay down. Right now, white people are sitting here having statistics of them going extinct because they're not even having babies, and you guys are sitting here crying over whose pockets got more.
So,
for real.
Okay. So, ma'am, so the birth rate for black people in America is at 1.7. We ain't having kids neither. White people is at 1.6. So she's right about that. Look, this is what it is. I know I bring up numbers to ground the conversation because with people in general, we get on into our old-timey wisdom and how we feel about a subject and what our granddad told us, or some, once again, old-timey wisdom stuff. That's why I cite these statistics over and over again. I know them by heart because I shoot them out, you know. But yeah, so we're in an environment right now, at least, and this was before COVID because the sister was mentioning COVID-19 earlier, where 80% of Americans couldn't live paycheck to paycheck. 40% of Americans can't afford a $400 emergency. 60% of Americans can't afford a $1,000 emergency. Marriage is at a 150-year low across the board in America, not just for black people. So when I'm talking about this stuff, I'm not using excuses. Either I'm right about these numbers or I'm wrong. And if I'm right, it's not excuses. It is the environment. That is what's happening, period. Right?
There's no solution. It's just an excuse.
No. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What
the statistics come from something. So
I'm sorry.
Let him land.
No, so
I want him to land.
because I think we got. You know what happened? I think we got into our Disney bag, and everything got to end with a happy ending somehow, some way. I think it's going to happen for smaller and smaller and smaller percentage of us. We're living somewhat in a social dystopia, is what I'm pretty much saying. And this I'm not being facetious about. I'm dead ass serious with this. Some of us, a few of us are going to live that upper middle class aspirational life with the Benz and the 2.3 kids and the house in the burbs and blah, blah, blah. But the vast majority of us will not, period. You could swirl, you could divest, you could go marry a white woman, you could pretend like you non-black, you could do all of it. You could get your degree. The environment simply is not, it's not what it used to be when our parents were growing up, even with Jim Crow, at least for black Americans, right? It's just that upwardly mobile thing is just not what it used to be. And I think we're reeling from that. And because many of us who were born maybe 1970 and after, we're used to that concept, but that's just not the environment. So when I hear sisters completely dismissing what I'm saying and saying it's excuses, and maybe it's because I'm a black man, but this is literally what Americans are living: man, woman, white, black, Asian, Latina, right, or Latino, right? This is what Americans are living. When I say half of American men make 42 grand a year or less, and half of American women make $25,000 to $27,000 a year or less, that's the environment. When the brother spoke about the economically unattractive men are leading to a downturn in marriage, that's the environment. That is what it is, right? So, like I said earlier, if we're gonna fight this, a few of us will be able to make this without fighting on some systematic level, right? A few of us will do well, but most of us, no. And it is unfortunate. I'll pause right there. I know I'm rambling. Go ahead.
No, before he goes, now I want you to break down the solution, because do you know what this reminds me of? Annalisa all over again. Give me a solution.
It reminds you of what? I'm sorry?
It reminds me of a certain person. Some people who've been on the channel know.
Okay.
I need a solution from you. One that does not include women going to the kitchen, as I'm being facetious. But give us a solution and how we can make this change then.
I've got one after him.
Okay. So literally for black people, it would be some type of council or whatever that sits down. These are influential, talented, black people that sit down and say, okay, what are we going to do for our boys? Are we going to same-sex school our boys? Are we going to go to a handful of billionaires and have them open up schools for boys for boys under the age of 18 for tech, let's say in the different corners of the country? So let's say 4 or 5 of them, right? Are we doing that? Are we going to the government to lobby specifically for black boys, black American boys? That, to me, those are solutions. But we even had that with My Brother's Keeper, right, with Obama, and that was about $100 million, and it wasn't specifically for black boys. He couldn't say it like that. But what you found is there were a lot of people that advocated against it. I'm not going to tell you who, but there were people that fought. They were sending letters getting at Obama because he had $100 million private fund for black. It wasn't even government related, right? My Brother's Keeper plan. So, to me, these are certain things that we could do, but on a grander scale, like if we're talking about getting in there, it's going to be education and money, and then we're going to have to move out of our son's way, right? And I don't see it. I just don't see it, right? I spoke about it. It is a zero sum. It is a zero sum society. And a sister said this, and I'm gonna shut up in like 30 seconds. It shouldn't be competition. A sister said that about 10 minutes ago, and you're right. It should not be a competition, especially between black men and black women, right? But you live in a neoliberal society, right? And that's market-based commodification of relationships and everything. And what that means is it is a competition. It is a competition. It shouldn't be, but it is. I'll pause right there.
Before you go see what's next,
I have some things I like to address. Number one, I got a solution, but I just want to address one point. Jar said, well, what happens if you lose your job? Well, women file for divorce within 6 months of men losing their job, statistically speaking. So yes, losing your job is a really big thing in terms of marriage. But I actually think the solution in modern day America, as much as people are going to hate me, is 2 things: arranged marriages, and you need to actually change divorce laws where you make divorce so difficult that most people don't want to go through with it. And as long as, right, divorce is always an option, hypergamy will always win. As much as we can laugh at these other countries like Egypt and India, etc., right, they do arranged marriages. Divorce is hard. Their family units stay intact. It's the only way to curb hypergamy, right? As long as women can run free in a society, be educated, and get money, respectfully, they will always indulge in their primitive nature, and the same with men. So you need to have a system that controls, like, men getting money and living their wildest desires, and women always looking for the best mate. Because in practice, everyone can't have the best mate. Most people are average. So we need parents to say, hey, my son is going to marry your daughter in 21 years, and we are going to force this to happen and be successful. And I think we can start to ease out this problem of men not being economically attractive.
By the way, Ronald Reagan, the Republican president in the 1980s, is who bought you no-fault divorces. conservative Republican president is who bought you no-fault divorces, and the divorce rate, it was already going up. It just shot through the roof. So I'll pause right there.
Okay, appreciate it. Seaway, go for it.
If I may, I think the solution that Mr. Z and I'm sorry, I don't know how to say the other guy's name. How you say it? Nyaks are talking about is actually the problem that they're speaking about, right? I'm not going to get into the emotions of it all because that's not how I do. People know. I'm going to get to the facts of it. If you're saying that women are hypergamous, which our primitive nature is that most of us are, why can't the focus not be on the successful Black women? Because we are here, but we're not everyone. There is a lot of Black people and white people that you were speaking of that aren't getting married, that could be getting married to help elevate their financial status. And I think what Chloe was talking about earlier is there's a lot of people who are in a different tax bracket, because I think when you're talking about this, my brother's keeper, that's acting as if, and a lot of people do this in America, in this capitalistic society, that everyone is going to be successful, that everyone is going to make all this money, that everyone is going to be a high value man or a woman married to a high value man. That is not true. Marriage is not limited to the elite, and marriage shouldn't be looked at as that the answer for marriage is that we have to be elite. I think the real solution to your plan is showing how people in all tax brackets could benefit from love, could benefit into finding Christ together, could benefit in raising people who contribute to the society in every tax bracket. There are people that are valuable to this society in every tax bracket, could benefit from the strong family unit, the unit of marriage. And if that was talked about instead of all this high value man
Women
stuff,
don't want it, ma'am. Women don't want it.
Let her finish. Let her finish.
Hold on.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
But what you guys are missing is that there are women who are making $10 that could be married to the postal worker making, let's just say, double hers, and they're still not getting married. So I'm even talking. I'm literally not arguing with your premise. I am going with your premise of the fact that women are hypergamous, because we are, but they're still not dating. But still, people in those tax brackets are not getting married, and there's values to that. And then if you want to talk about the high value women, high value Black women, then to your point, since all I'm hearing is a lot of excuses, you're saying it's not excuses, but a lot of excuses for Black men, then your solution should have been for us, for the Black women I'm married, but for the Black women who aren't, you should say you should go find your high value man in whatever country, in whatever color, in whatever place, because women are hypergamous. So ladies, they didn't come up with a solution, but this is my solution for you. If you are a Black woman, do not wait for these men. They're going to make excuses for their inability to rise to your level. Go to Spain, go to Europe, go to Africa, go to Egypt, find you a white king. Do not wait for them. That is your solution. That is your solution. And then for everybody
The white dudes
else,
don't got the money neither.
they do. They do, and you're lying. They do. And then so then for the lower, if you are in the middle, if you are in the lower bracket, understand that happiness is not linked to money. And that a real marriage is centered on love and God and peace and companionship. If you make that your center, the ebbs and flows. And I'm going to talk to the hypergamous woman, because I never, in my head at least, I never found myself to be that way, because I think I saw my parents, who my dad put my mother through medical school, and then she held him down, and they've always made the same amount of money, and then they benefited and they become more successful for holding each other down. So my value system has never been a man taking care of a woman or vice versa. My value system has been teamwork. So I say to anyone who hasn't seen that, value teamwork. Don't value hypergamy. And if you see that you're drifting towards hypergamy, know that a teammate is better than any man that could come and make 50% more than you, who's going to tell you what you can and cannot put up with, what you can and cannot do, what he will and will not do. You don't want that. You want a teammate. And that happens at every tax bracket. And so I feel like that's what I would be preaching to men and women. But if you want to be hypergamous, find you a white king because they're gonna make excuses, and that
No,
is
white men don't got it neither.
yes, they do.
White men don't.
Yeah.
No, in America, the median inheritance in America is $50,000. White dudes don't got it neither. I mentioned, Coach, 30 seconds. I mentioned the American Enterprise Institute, which you just said. I literally debunked it 20 minutes ago. 26% of poor Americans are married, 39% of middle class, 56% of upper middle and above. That is literally exactly against what you just said, because it literally means that the wealthier people not only get married, very important, stay married because of finances. The numbers are literally showing you that. We have articles coming out once a couple years. I'm sorry.
I said
no, let her go. Let her go.
I said I'm not debunking what you're saying. I don't think you're hearing me because I'm hearing you.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm not saying that what you're saying is wrong. I believe you put a lot of work in these statistics, and who am I to question them? I believe that your statistics are right. What I'm saying is that if we're talking solution based, that is how we change. Even if we can't change society, Mr. Z, even if we can't change the white man, even if we can't change the patriarchy, Black people are leaders. They literally copy everything we do. Look at TikTok. So why couldn't we lead in this way? Why are we trying to follow the white man? By your definition, you're saying is not working. Why can't you talk about how we can lead and actually build each other up and build each other community and work on teammate? So I challenge you not to keep talking about statistics. I want you.
Yeah, I'm just not gonna do that.
Yeah, but we have.
Hold on, Chloe. Sean wants to go. Sean's been waiting for time. And then Nikes can go after.
Sorry, Sean.
Thank you.
Oh, no worries.
You're good.
I mean, I think like ultimately there's a couple of things happening here right now. Definitely you've dropped some statistics on us, Mr. Z, right? And some of those may well be valid, but anybody who studies statistics knows statistics can be interpreted in multiple ways. It depends on who actually put the statistics together. So you're going to find a wide array, and you can also find somebody to contradict those same statistics. So I just would caution us with placing all the weight on statistics. Do they have value? Sure, but not all the weight. And I think what we're pushing you for, Mr. Z, is the fact that we didn't get here, and we didn't get to this state of not being married and being in the financial situations that we're in by statistics. We got there by mindset shifts. We got there by a gradual erosion of what we valued. So those are the things that we need now to look at. Yes, the statistics are valid to look at, to see how we got where we are, to see what the disparities are amongst us. However, we need to really control what we can control, and that is our mindsets. That is the way that we view one another. Right? And controlling the divorce rate is not the answer. You have to root cause the problem, right? So the root cause of the problem is what? Right? The root cause of the problem is we have some major differences between men and women. And we have to find a way to make that gap less than what it is today. Is it going to ever be perfect? No. But it can be better than what it is. And it starts with the way I think. It starts with the way I teach my children, my family to think. Right? And if you look across this panel, I would just venture us to not speak in absolutes. You got Chloe up here, who is married, who just said her husband advanced himself from where he was, and at a certain point, she will not have to work in the physical space. Right? So there you have it. You know, there are options. There are ways to overcome it. The system that we live in, there's not going to be 100% of the people that are going to be wealthy. There's not going to be 100% of us that are going to be married. But do we just focus on that and throw everything else to the bag and be defeatist? And I think that's what we're hearing from you, is a defeatist attitude, in the sense of, okay, these are all the things that we have against us. Just cast it to the wind, throw it out to the garbage, because there is no option. And that's not acceptable, because that's just settling. And I don't think most of us have an attitude that is settling and willing to accept the conditions that we've been in.
Okay.
Sir, I don't think any of us on this panel is married. So I'm sorry.
So let's address a couple of things, right, that have been spoken about. Number one, the first point I want to say is, if everyone earns more, so let's say everyone starts to earn 100K, right? The study doesn't disappear. It just means that 58% just shifts based on the fact that everyone earns more, right? Number two, one thing I like to stay away from when we have these kind of conversations is our antidotal experiences, because it can become very easy to talk about ourselves. But I could say, hey, I'm an immigrant in America. I came here and made 500,000. Why can't everyone else do it? When I just know that that's not a realistic approach. So let's stay away from like what we know in our peripheral vision and talk about America as a whole for having that discussion. And we spoke about this solution. And I gave a solution about arranged marriages, and people probably got really angry about it. But you lot can Google it, right? In India, they have a 1% divorce rate. When they did a survey, 93% of the household came from arranged marriages. So I'm not necessarily saying this is the only solution, but again, right? You can argue the validity and the reliability of the stats. That's a separate question. But based on the numbers that we are looking at, if we are not going to go out and do these studies ourselves and make sure that we are happy with them, there is a strong position to showcase that arranged marriages is actually the way forward to curb a lot of the issues that we actually have. As I'm sure many of you know, choice paralysis is one of the worst things that can happen to you. And a lot of women and men are suffering from choice paralysis mixed in with all of these other issues. And I'll leave it at that.
So let me add to this conversation. I think it's really been a really good conversation. I think for me, I'm trying to see things from a strategic level. So I want to look at all perspectives. I think what Mrs. Z and Nikes are kind of saying, what I'm seeing is if you were in an army, you guys will be pointing out all the errors and the problems that arise with this generation, which is fine. I think you do a good job of that, and I think we need that. We need that in order to be able to get to our next step. I think and Max kind of give a solution as well. I think where we're looking for now is what's the next step, because what I feel is that, and because some of the points that you've made, Mrs. Z, I actually agreed with it. I've made some of the same points, which is I said, like for instance, when I talk about the reason why some people are going to be unmarried, I said in this current crop of generation, there are going to be a lot of women that are going to be unmarried. Unfortunately, you're absolutely right. A lot of women are going to be overpriced. It's as simple as that. Men don't make enough money, and there's not enough of those men to make enough money, and the women are outpricing them. That's fine. For this generation, absolutely, I agree with you. So what's the solution is that we, as Sean correctly pointed out, is mindset shift. Because what we're hearing from you is exactly what if white people told us about ourselves from years ago, we'd have never come out of slavery. Because we'd have said, well, do you know what the stats are telling us? That we shouldn't even bother trying to come out of slavery. Ain't no way we're going to come out. Like, stats are there to tell you a part of the story, not all the story. You know, it's almost like science trying to explain the reason for life. It can't. It tells you what, where, when, and how. It observes. It doesn't tell you why. It gives a part of the story, not all of the story. So what I find is that the confinement to stats is problematic because it sticks you in one position only. The stats is meant to tell you a part of the story. Let me give you an example. Divorce. How many divorces end because of abuse? The stats don't tell you that. They tell you no fault divorce, right?
Yeah, no.
At least when
it's abuse, it's abuse. Yeah, in America, when it's abuse, it's abuse.
Does it go under abuse or does it go under no fault?
No, it doesn't go under no fault. No fault is like I don't really got a reason. I just want to leave him.
Okay, what does it go? Does it go underneath specifically? Does it go underneath specifically abuse? I know in UK it doesn't, but in US does it go specifically under abuse? So you got abused. That's why the person left you. Not cheating, abuse.
Mm-hmm. I'm almost certain. I'm not going to give a definite. I'm almost certain.
I don't think I've ever seen that stat for you guys. But I could be corrected and wrong, and someone could put in the chat. I haven't seen that per se, right?
The narrative.
And the only reason why I'm saying that is because what I'm saying is it doesn't tell all the story. That's the point I'm trying to make. Like when people get divorced, not all the story is told. It gives us part of the reason, not all of the reason. And this is why I'm saying to you that whilst I agree that stats are important because they show part of it, you have to understand there's a larger picture unfold. You can't just look just at the floor level. We have to look from a bird's eye view to look at the whole thing encapsulation. I'm not thinking even about my generation because I agree with you. Like when you said, obviously, Nikes obviously said, listen, 58% women on a whole are looking for 58%, right? Men to make more. Guess what? Maybe not in this generation, but we have to inspire the next generation to make that then. If according to your stats, if you say stats are God and are law, then there's no point fighting it. You better change the mindset so they can actually agree to the stat. Because what I'm hearing is not that. What I'm hearing is what the ladies are kind of hearing, which is an excuse. If the stats are law and are God, and like you're saying, men should make 58% more because what women are looking for, guess what you got to do? Make 58% more. Simple as, right? The same way.
I would say 100% more.
Okay, even 100% more then, right? Then men got to make 100% more then, right? No ifs, no buts, no excuses. You got to make 100% more. And that's why it sounds like excuses, because what we're saying now is that we can't do it, right? But at a point in time, we probably said we couldn't come out of chains, right? We probably thought at one time we thought we wouldn't come out of slavery. At one point in time, we thought we'd never have a day where, as our brother MLK said, where you see a white man, a little white boy and a little black boy, he never thought we said that day. So, but someone has to dream that. Someone has to inspire that. Somebody has to teach that. Someone has to push a mindset to people to push beyond what we can see in that immediate moment. Because what you guys are telling us is limiting. That's the only thing I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with your stats. Your stats are law and God, and I'm telling you, fantastic. Then you better do according to the stats. Make 100% more and stop complaining. Otherwise, find the people who don't adhere to the stats, because there are plenty of those women and plenty of those men who don't adhere to those stats. You need 100% more who you could date. Right? You're absolutely right? The man that doesn't make 100% more is economically unattractive. Is that every man? No. It is an average that's been taken. So go for the people that don't agree to that then. Go with the people that don't agree to that, right? So what I'm saying to you guys is I actually agree with you, and I think we've all said that we agree with that. If the stats are the stats, then guess what? There's no point complaining. You just got to do it. That's what men are called to do.
But Kojo, I don't know about the other brother, but I don't think I was saying the stats are the law. When you say we confine ourselves with the numbers, in a way that is what I was doing. Because when we get into these conversations, oftentimes, like I said earlier, we get into our old timey wisdom, we get into how we feel, and when you ground the conversation with, okay, this is the table that we're fighting on, or this is the mat that we're having a conversation on, then we form the rules around the numbers, and then you're like, okay, you know what? I don't care about that, or I can change that, or you know what, I actually make more than that, so I'm kind of exempt from that. You right? That's when we start having that type of conversation. But if we don't, then it's just a nebulous conversation about whatever, right? So when I bring up these stats, and especially the when I have these conversations, oftentimes with other brothers, but mainly with women, the reason why I bring these numbers up is because, and Kevin actually did this. He had a show. He asked women how much you think the average man make. They were all saying 78, 75, 90, $80,000. So when they say $100,000 a year man, they think they're doing men a service. I'm not asking for that much. I'm only asking for $100,000 a year man. When you find out the median income is really 40, 42, now your mouth dropped, because there's a part of you that goes click. Oh crap. That mean I X'd out what? 70% of men off top, right? And that's why I bring up the stats, to have a more serious conversation. It's not that it's not the law. And the sister, I don't know if she's the Jai. I want to say, like, I do believe in God. I was raised in the church. This is not like a godless conversation for me. But I don't let people lean too much into faith in these conversations, because once again, then we get into these weird out there stuff where nobody's actually having a serious, this is the environment. This is what we're dealing with now. Like Kojo said, it's different if we want to talk about what we can create for our children to live in, or our grandchildren to live in. But the environment for us as millennials, maybe younger Xers and Gen Z, this is what we live in right now. And a lot of us don't know it, so we talking real crazy about what we want, what we won't settle for, how she got to look, how he got to look, what type of money he got to make, how, her waist size and whatever. And it's not, I don't just know stats about men money. I know the average height for women in America is 5'4". They weigh 169. I know all of that shit. So that when I go out in the world, I don't sound crazy when I'm like, oh yeah, I want a 110-pound, 5'2", And that's what a lot of us are doing. And then when we don't get it, and we all the way 42 years old, now we mad at the opposite sex because we the ones with the delusion.
Mr. Z, can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Wait, Sean wanted to say something. Before you go, Jay, Sean wanted to say something. And then, Jay, you can answer your question.
Okay. So I think what's happening, Z, is that you approach this particular space and conversation with all of your facts, your statistics locked and loaded. And then That's how you've been approaching the conversation with us. Now, no one on here has disputed, really challenged you on your facts or the stats that you brought up. Nobody said they're not valid, they're not wrong. We're saying, what's next steps? We're pushing you to say, okay, so now if that's what you believe to be true, or these are the statistics that you've uncovered, what's next? Because it can't just sit in the fact space. It has to move beyond. Any great movement didn't just start with the facts. Yes, you need that in order to be prepared to know what you're up against, but it can't just stop there. You get what I'm saying? It has to move beyond that. And it can't be the ridiculous solution of arranged marriages, because that doesn't work in the culture and the confines of which we live in. That would be going backwards in a different way. That's not an answer, right? We're talking about a movement that pushes us forward, not takes us backwards, right? So it's where's the mind shift change? Right? So, and I don't want to be hokey and hotep like, but the people that fought for our rights, they went up against odds. They went up against odds that were unfathomable, but they did it, right? Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, although they were at two opposite ends of their approaches, they had a plan. They had solutions. They were backed by people that had solutions and that knew what they were up against, but went against the odds. And that's the part that we need to bridge. Okay, we know the stats. We know that there's a lot that we're up against, but what is the next step? What are some feasible, realistic things that we can do to bridge past some of the challenges that we have now?
I've got a solution. I've got another one when you're ready.
Let Jay go then. Next, you can go after. Go for it, Jay. I want to ask questions.
I got a question for both the men with the stats. Do you guys bet or you guys do horse racing?
Neither. I'm actually afraid of gambling.
I have gambled. I have gambled in the past.
You gambled in the past. Okay, so if you gamble and you gamble professionally, especially if you do horse racing, it's all in statistics. All right. You can do all of these numbers. You can look all of these things down. You can write it all out, see who is the best jockey, who has the best horse, who's won the most races numerically. But there are many life variables that happen in real time that changes all of those things. And that one horse that that is a guaranteed horse, that one thing can automatically be the last damn horse in the damn race. You can't sit here and put all your things in numbers. We are at a point where math is not even the same. 2 + 2 is not even 4 no more. They got a whole logical problem that you got to get to 2, that you have to divide by 1 and go add 3 and come back to 4 somehow, and you got 2. Everything is no longer just numbers. There's so many different variables in life that happens. So many different upbringings that change the dynamics of why we are the way we are right now, why we're even having this discussion. And all I'm hearing from you guys is, like they say, a defeatist attitude. I brought up God because you guys are sitting here speaking on things as if you have lost the race already. I'm telling you guys, if you sit here and you want to sit there and say, I don't want to bring God into it, but God is going to keep you winning every single time you do. Every time you open the Bible, your answer is right there. Your solution is right there. But you're going into these statistics that somebody made up off a fraction of the people within our population. They didn't add the variables of these people. They didn't sit here and figure out what childhood and upbringing they had prior to it. They didn't have real conversations with any of these people to get the real data that they needed to give you the real logical answer that you're searching for, that you're holding on to right now. Not one time did you give me a lifetime actual thing that happens in your life that made this a reason. You don't want to talk in the anecdotic way of life, but that's what we are. All of us is only living through experiences. We're only moving through experiences, and we're only learning through experiences. The variables are those statistics that you're talking about. Those are even made up off of experiences.
So Miss J, and real quick, Kojo and Nat, let's do this. I'm not married. Who here is married?
I am.
So 1.
No,
Seaway is.
Seaway is.
Seaway is 2. Okay, so 2.
Sean has been married.
I've been
But
married.
divorce. Yeah. Okay. So 2 out of 8 of us up here. Once again, that goes to what I'm saying. Like, and
Did you
so I
ask
think
reasons of why though?
no,
Those are the
no,
variables. Those are the
no.
variables. It doesn't go
Yeah,
to the reason
no,
of
no,
what you're
and
saying.
so, and I was going to address that. I think, and this is the different approaches, and I understand your approach now that you spoken the anecdotal and you emphasize that, because so you're speaking about the whys and I'm speaking about the what is, and I do think there's a space where we can bridge the gap, but it's important that you come in with the whys, and that's okay, but the what is important, and especially in the Black community in America. This is where I grew up in. All we talk about is the whys, and nobody ever get to the what is. And then because I had a homegirl, one of my closest friends, she did speed dating thing, and there would be a time when we would sit as a group, so it'd be like 50, 60 people sitting down talking about relationship dynamics. And what I saw over and over again, it didn't matter where the sister or the brother was, but mainly the sisters, they didn't know nothing about what's going on in the environment to affect the is and why certain things are happening. And we're talking about people mid-20s to early 40s, right? And so I'm not saying that the whys aren't important. The whys are important because that's what we're living. That's what you're feeling, right? That's why we get some of that angst from people, some of that aggression from people certain times. You're like, why this person hitting me with this energy? That's the whys of the situation, right? But the what is equally as important. And because we don't play in the what is that often, when people present, like Mr. Z, present the what is, it sounds, and that's why I said to Kojo when I was in the comment in the back chat, I said I'm going to come in with the Darth Vader, because I had an idea of how this was going to be taken and perceived, and I know I come off animated. Some people see it as aggressive. People that know me know Mr. Z is is always joking and giggling, right?
We don't see that.
I'm sorry.
We don't see you.
Oh no, I was reading the comments. My bad. I'm messing up. I should have just be paying attention to y'all. I was reading the comments. My apologies, y'all.
We don't think you're aggressive. People think you're a little cuckoo. I don't know about it.
I mean, and that's okay if they see that I'm cuckoo. But
if I could just ask you,
go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What? So you talked about the what is. So what is your stance on marriage?
I'm for marriage. My parents have been married for 36 years in May. My girlfriend's parents have been married for 41, 42 years. I'm for marriage. I'm around a bunch of people that sit in 40, 50 years in marriage, if not 30 plus,
married?
right?
Why aren't you married? Did we miss why you aren't married?
No, I'm not. Yeah, because me and my girlfriend have been together for. Actually, the thing just went off. It's 2 years. So and me and her dad have had that conversation. I actually have like a really close relationship with her dad, and I'm the one who initiated the conversation. So
how old are you?
I'm 36 in September. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So like this. So when I say these things,
if we could just stop right there, like
Go
let's
ahead.
just kind of like, so you believe in marriage. Your parents are married. You want to be married.
Yes.
Where's the statistics in your situation?
I'm one of the brothers first. I'm not married, so I'm in that large pool of unmarried people, right? So that's it. I'm in the pool of non-married people, which is the majority of Americans right now, regardless of race. So like I am a statistic in that regard, right? So like, and that's why when I say these things, like for me, it's okay. I will say something knowing that I'm not in that category, whether it's positive or negative, because it is what it is. I don't try to defend my sensibilities from the environment and what things are. So like I said, I am a statistic. I am in the majority of Americans that are not married, even though I wish to be married. And actually, within the next year, proposal is coming. I want to say it out loud because I don't want her to know. Just in case she's listening.
I hear you, bro. I hear you, bro.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? I don't want her to know.
The statistics that you spoke about preventing you from being married to the woman that you're with.
Wait, what do you mean? I'm sorry. I missed your question.
You mentioned some statistics, right, that are getting in the way of marriage, whether it's the income disparity between men and women, whether it's the
You just answered your question.
Between men and women. How has that played a role in your actual situation.
You answered the question. You said income, right?
Yeah.
I'm all right right now.
Okay.
I'm all right right now. You see what I'm saying? So, and what, because I don't want marriage to become an elite institution, which is pretty much is already, right? And for me, I'm not going to be the hyper individuals that's like, oh, I got mine. Y'all better get yours. Y'all better step it up, brothers on the bottom. Because if we're going to turn, and this is my fear, if we're turning marriage into an elite institution, everybody's going to be lying to themselves and saying, oh, no, I'm single because I want to be single. I don't want to be married. Nah, bro, you can't afford it. Nah, sis, the man you want can't afford it. And you said, pretty much, if I can't have the Benz man, then I don't want the Camry man. And
So
there's a lot of people like that.
Is that why your girlfriend does not want to marry you because you are
No,
not financially stable?
I answered your question before. It's actually I'm all right right now. Financially, I'm good right now. So that's why I'm even considering marriage.
But that's part
financially,
right. So
2 years ago, were you all right before then?
Nah, not
Yes,
really.
Okay, so wait, Paul. No, that's it. That's the answer.
And I think the other part
had nothing to do with the woman.
wanna
It's
hear
you.
from us
But we just met 2 years ago, remember?
It's your mindset.
So are you saying I was just supposed to within a week?
No. We're saying that your mindset.
Yes,
you are putting the pressure on you.
That's what I just wanted to show you. It's your mindset. It's not the statistics. It's
No,
not the
that
salary.
is literally
that
the
you
numbers.
have, because you have a woman that would marry you, but you personally don't feel like you're in a position, or you didn't a year or two ago feel like you were ready to be married, right? So it was your mindset. It wasn't the finances. It wasn't the woman that you were with that said she didn't want to marry you. It was you. And that's okay, but we can't, that's why we can't put all our stocks in statistics, because it's also what I do and what
y'all
you
are
do,
flipping this
and what
backwards.
all of us do.
It's not. No, it's what.
Okay, go on.
But do you not
because
know that once you marry her, then you no longer become a statistic, and that statistic change.
But
so everybody has a part to play in the statistics.
That's
they're
not.
they're not going to stay this way forever.
Okay.
So we can't just say this is fact. We have to be able to change it.
No, facts. That's a different. Those are two different things.
Change it.
Those are facts and statistics are two different things. That's and this is the issue that we're having with this. So, literally, so if we met 2 years ago, it's not we met 2 years ago. So what I was supposed to propose within a week, so to defy the statistics or whatever, I don't understand that part. But that's not even what I'm focusing on.
Could you okay, let's say this. Could you propose in 6 months financially?
What do you mean? Like, could I afford it in 6 months ago?
Within 6 months of meeting her.
More than her.
Oh no, hell no. That's not. Yeah, no.
Okay, so would she have married you? Knowing that she's not 58%, you don't earn 58% more than her, would she have married you?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Because the reason why I'm asking that, let me tell you this now. I think me and Sean have spoken about this before, right? What you advertise is what people are buying. If the woman is only going to be there because you have 50% more percent or 100% more than her income, more than likely this person that you are investing in is so much concerned about financial income. That's a you problem. Right, it's the same when you start complaining about women being gold diggers. That's a you problem.
Oh wait, I never said that.
I'm not saying you. Not saying you. I'm not saying you directly. I'm talking about a general principle. So when people advertise money and be the priority as to how they present themselves forward as to being valuable, guess what happens? You make gold diggers because you advertise money as your value system. So when you're talking about, because let me tell you this now. I could tell, and these guys always roast me about not being married, right? I said to them, if I wanted to right now, I could settle right now. Not because of the money, because I know a woman that would actually be there would build with me. There are plenty there. It's an excuse to say that because that people want to see 100%. That's why we said take anecdote. You have to take some anecdotally, because even when I look at the stats, it does not compare to what I see as options right in front of me. Right? I can take 6-7 women out there who are not waiting for me to make 100% more than them. That's not it. Right? So the stats are still there. 58%, sorry. The stats are still there, right? But what we're seeing anecdotally, or as we say, what through our experiences, doesn't always match up to what the stats say. The stats are to give part of the story. So I'm saying to you that, I'm saying to you, because how we started this conversation was, why are successful people, men and women not marrying early and everything like that, right? And now you're telling us that at this point, you could do it because you earn considerably more. If you didn't earn considerably more, right? If you didn't earn considerably more, would you have proposed?
Knowing what I know now, no. No.
Wait, knowing what you know now, what do you mean?
Bro, if knowing what I know now about the marriage rates and the divorce rates
Okay.
and the number, no, I wouldn't. And
Okay,
and
so-
she's and you're right in this regard. It wouldn't be her per se, but my faith in the institution and my concept of financial struggle and putting that strain on a woman, right? Because I know and you've said this before, I know what I can carry, right?
Yeah.
But and I wouldn't want to put her in that position. And I think going to the economically unattractive and what you just said, we have to be honest that men know these things. Men know about that divorce rate. Men know. So when we say, well, why aren't you proposing to your women earlier? The brother Nat said it earlier. Like we literally know that women file for divorce at 70-80%. And the number one reason, or number two, because it's switching back and forth, reason for divorce is finance. So think about the catch-22 position that we put men in. Why aren't you proposing, even though she might divorce you, and it's going to be because of money?
Okay, so stats wise,
I'm sorry.
can I ask a question to you, both to you? You can answer both of this. Stats wise, when you say money is the biggest issue for why, one of the biggest issues for why marriages fail, what is the money issue itself? What is the actual argument within money as to why people divorce?
I can answer this. So
Go for
I think it actually leans into the idea that women typically see men as providers, right? And when you think about most people are going into marriage because they actually want a family, most women want to know that they have a man who has the ability and or capacity, whatever you want to call it, to give them the option to sit down. Like, contrary to popular belief, women say they can be super women, but most women under the right circumstances would like to sit down and raise their children, especially in those early years. So in their mind, they're thinking, well, if these men don't really make enough money to give me the capacity to sit down, what is the point? And it doesn't mean that people can't beat the stats. Let me be very clear about this. We know people can beat the stats because there are people still getting married, but we're saying just in a general sense, this is what the marketplace is saying right now. But you could have a special case in the marketplace because your conditions are, what's the word I'm looking for? Are special, so you don't get the worst end of the market.
So, the reason why thank you for the answers on that. The reason why I asked that, because what I was saying is this: the money issue is a very broad statement to make, and what it gets caught up in is he makes more or he doesn't make more, and that's where the end of the line is. This is why stats are not enough, because all it says is money is the issue. Within that, what is the conversations that are being had by couples? First and foremost, how do you see money? We talk about this on the channel sometimes. Some people see money as freedom. Some people see money as security. There needs to be a conversation between two people as to how we see money, first and foremost. Number two, have we spoken about how we want to spend our money? Budgeting, has that come into conversation? It's not just money and how much money we have, it's how we utilize the money, it's how we speak about money, and it's our value systems on money. That's what stats can't tell you. This is why when you go by stats, your marriage will fail. Indefinitely your marriage will fail, because you're going by things that have a very black and white non-nuance to it. Let me tell you this just from coaching a few people that have been in relationships and one or two people that have been married. Let me tell you this, one of the biggest things that happen, right? One of the biggest reasons why people break up is simply this: I don't understand what you're telling me. I don't understand. That's it. Because what people are looking for in relationship, let me tell you something, Mr. Z, you're going to get married soon. So let me tell you this now. Money will not divorce you. It will be your lack of understanding of your partner. The Bible says, dwell with women according to knowledge. It will be your lack of understanding where she's coming from and her lack of understanding where you're coming from. Your inability to be able to communicate your understanding and to her, and her inability to be able to communicate her understanding to you. That is where relationships tend to fall, where we don't understand one another. The money aspect is the surface. The root is how we understand and what we communicate. It is not necessarily how much money you make. This is the biggest issue I have with this argument, because what men do is put so much emphasis on the financial part, which getting in the door, I agree with you. To keep a relationship, to maintain a relationship, is not about how much money you just made. It is about the character and the content of your character within that. Some of you are emotionally unintelligent. Some of you are absolutely dumb. And then you act as if your relationship broke up because you didn't have enough money. No, it broke down because you don't know how to communicate. It broke down because you don't have no understanding. It broke down because you don't take care of your partner. You know what? If you have a car, you buy the car for a certain amount of money, you know you got to maintain it. We know that. But when it comes to relationships, people don't realize it takes intelligence. It takes time. It takes effort. It takes energy. And do you know what it also includes? It includes other people around you speaking life into your relationship, because there are going to be points in time where you're going to feel weak. And marriage is a very long time. There's going to be times where you're going to be feeling weak. And it's going to need people that are good and that love you to speak into a relationship at certain times. So I'm saying to you guys that if we keep it on the stats, I can guarantee your marriage will potentially end up failing, because it's very black and white. And then when you get into conversation, you're wondering why the person's coming to you left. You will start saying, well, women are emotional. That's it. Women are emotional. And if they're emotional, so what? You have to talk to her. Find a way. You can't just say it's the stats. Well, women are just emotional. You can't leave it as black and white.
Just want to say, Kojo, I don't have these problems. I talk to my lady. If I put her on here, she'd be like this guy, right? So like so I'm agreeing with you, so I'm agreeing with the stats are a part of the story. There was no disagreement there.
No.
So yeah, and I said that earlier, and there. I mean, how can you be in a relationship without the emotional aspect? I don't even know if that's possible, right? So those things do matter, right? And like I said before, the stats matter. I'm not even going to stress that. What I am stressing though, this is what I am stressing. Ignoring it or making it seem like it's nothing, I think that's dangerous, because it puts us in a position where everybody think they defy it. So why doesn't it even exist? Or you see what I'm saying? Where are the numbers coming from if we all defy it? If none of us, this don't apply to me, this don't apply. Everybody's saying this doesn't apply to me, but then where did the number? So where did it? And especially when you realize, oh yeah, actually it applies to most of us. That's why we don't talk necessarily about the 1-to-1 or the people that defy this often, because when you talk about statistics, remember there's the people that fit in, or the thing that fits in, and the thing that's out. When it becomes the majority, when you start working on 55%, 60%, 70%, 80%, then that means 8 out of 10 people fit into whatever this is, right? So if you throw a dart, you're most likely gonna hit one of the people that fit into this. But everybody thinks they defy it. And especially I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, let me let you finish. Sorry, go on, bro.
Yeah, but what I was saying is, like, especially in the black community, I don't know how much it's in Britain, but in America, everybody think they defy these things. And when I talk, this is not just, I'm not just pulling these things out of thin air or just statistics, something I read. I told you I was part of this dating thing for a while, and what you notice is how many people thought they weren't one of these people, and they were. And I would stress them, y'all realize all of us are over the age of 25, right? Like none of us have been married, and because everybody thinks, oh, that don't apply to me. And you, hey, give me a ballpark of how much you make.
I'm married.
What's your education level? And you'll realize, like, this person is exactly what, like, you're the person. But you, especially for the sisters, you can't say that, right? Because they don't want to hear that, because then, you're offensive. But, I'll pause right there.
Also,
Knights, and then Sean will go. Yeah, Knights.
I wanted to just a couple things. Number one, everyone doesn't believe in God in a functional society. So I think it can become very dangerous to say believing in God is the answer, right? Just practically, it's not going to happen. I also would like to stress, some of us really are not broke when we make these talking points. So let's not assume everyone is struggling and everyone is broke. It's just not a good place to have a conversation. I also want to touch on two more things. Number one, I think the reason why there's such a focus on money, because what you said is true, Kojo, those problems are real problems, but they're not as tangible as money. Money is a very objective thing, and it's easy to draw correlation between not having money and having money. If you look at households that earn over $250,000 a year, the divorce rate drops to like 10%. So it becomes very easy to understand that, hey, when families have money, they're more likely to stay together, right? Even though you had all those other talking points. And I would like to stress as well, in terms of the solution, I know some people spoke about it in the comments, and they're probably going to dig at me for this, but I think a simple case is for men that do have it, They should be allowed to have multiple wives in Western society. And I don't see what the issue with that
Oh
is,
Lord.
because look, in a practical sense, it's better to be wife number 3 and live a life of abundance than to be wife number 1 and live a life of struggle. And as I'm sure many of you on the panel know, that love don't pay no bills. And marriage isn't strictly about love. It's actually about building with somebody. So if you have someone that has the capacity to build with 3 or 5 people, I don't actually see a problem with that.
Okay. No, I hear you on that, and I would raise you by saying, so I hear what you're saying about the money over 250k £1,000. It's they still have the same problem, which is what does the value of money mean to that person, and what's being communicated between both parties, right? Because that's the conversation we're having. The issue isn't the money. The money is a surface issue. The issue is it is underneath that. What value do we attach to that? So when we're trying to solve the issue, the money is only surface. Underneath that, we have to get to the root, which is what does a value mean to it? Is money meaning freedom to you? Are you carrying your own traumas when it comes to finances? That when I now don't have enough money, you feel like we see this on Married at First Sight all the time, right? We see this people get together and then see people how last season we saw Noy and Steve, how she was reacting because about the money situation, but she had literal trauma. So when she's seeing something, she adds a value to it, or is a meaning attached to money. And that's where we have to get to. What is your meaning that's attached to money? That's the conversation we have as couples or as people, right? When we're in a relationship. And that's what I'm saying to you, that whilst I agree, the stats are clear, right? People earn over 200k, 250k, they have less divorce. Fantastic. Let's find out reasons why. It's not just money. There's a whole lot of stuff to lose. There's a whole different process that they go through. There's a whole different mindset that they have. We'd have to tap into more than just the simple, it's 250k and plus, that's why. That's one aspect. But there's a bigger picture where we have to understand that. And if we don't understand it, then we limit it and it becomes just about finances. But it's not just about finances. There's a greater scope to it. But anyway, I've spoken too much. I want to get Sean on this and then we'll bring this to a close in a minute or two. But yeah, go on, Sean, you want to say?
So a couple of things. And I think this is the part where, like, as I mentioned before, when I was talking and addressing Z, I feel like between Z and Nayaz, you both have approached the conversation with your arguments locked and loaded, right? And in a debate, in a conversation, you have to come. It's a concept called tabula rasa. That's a blank slate. So you approaching us with a blank slate allows us to have an equal exchange of ideas. If you're already coming with what you think we think and how you think we approach, there's nothing that we're gonna be able to say to you that's gonna change the way that you already have approached the argument. We just met you off top. We're just hearing some of the things you've said. I mean, I really haven't heard anybody tell you your facts are wrong, they're skewed. The most prevalent question that has come up has been, where's the solution? And Coach, I dropped a chart in our IG chat because it's so important, because I think the data has a very important place. But as I said earlier, we have to root cause the issue, right? So the root cause, one of the steps is definitely collecting data, right? Knowing the data, understanding it. But at a certain point, we bridge past that. We continue to move past that, right? So first, we define the problem, collecting the data, identify the possible, what are the factors, what are causing it, what's the root cause, and then recommend and implement a solution. So that's where we are pushing you along the way. None of us here are telling you you're wrong, you're delusional. We know the facts. We operate in that space. But we're also saying if we just contend ourselves to the statistics, we're never going to move past, right? So the data has a very key and important part, but it doesn't stop and end with the data. We have to move past it, right? And that's where we're pushing you towards here on this platform, is to let's move past, right? Let's get some of the root causes out there. Let's recommend and implement solutions. Because if you can't be able to have that conversation, then you really don't want to solve for anything. You just want to state the problems and identify the issues. Well, when we were enslaved, did we just look around and say, listen, 90% of us, 99% of us are enslaved. We have a couple of free. What are the odds of us getting free? The laws are against us. No, at a certain point, we had to acknowledge the laws, but some people had to step out. Some people had to have solutions. Some people had to go up against the odds. And it doesn't mean everybody comes along for the ride. That's the reality. And I'm not fighting that with either one of you. It doesn't mean that 100% of us are going to all be married. It doesn't mean that the majority of us are going to be married, but it could be more than what it is today. And that's how we move forward. So I think that's where I'm trying to push both of you to see, like, there is a different alternative, right? You know, we can pull some of the things that you're saying, but there is a different alternative. You know, if you want to be a part of a change, then you have to be willing to see a little bit of the other side of the table. And I'll end there.
Appreciate it.
I agree.
Thank you, Nice. Sean, give us a benediction. We're going to end the night here. You know, we'll probably end up doing a part two, another next week.
Could
or
I
week
say
after.
one more thing before Sean gives his ending remark as a response? It's not going to be long. It's not going to be contentious.
You got 30 seconds.
So, okay. So what Sean said, true. But as a black person, I don't know, you sound American, so, you know, grew up in the U.S. too. Brother, you know, black people don't talk about what is. The numbers we shot out today, brothers don't know that, sisters don't know that, most Americans don't know that, but they're living it. And they're angry with each other across gender because of it, right? So they're living it, but they're angry at each other because you're not fitting into this box the way I want you to fit into this box. So at a further, after we talk about this, then I definitely agree with you about implementing solutions, about moving forward and not being stuck in this place. But we never ever have this conversation. Shout out to Kojo. But we never do that. And until we do that, and people get depressed first, because you're gonna get depressed because you didn't know it. You're gonna get mad, right? Because you didn't know it. Once again, you're gonna get, and maybe a certain sense of defeatist mentality will come upon you, and then you go past that afterward, right? But sometimes you got to sit in that first. And I think so many of us are trying to avoid that kind of feeling of like, oh my God, it's that bad, it's that dark. Yes, that we never get to the solution part because we never even really knew some of the problems or how bad it was. And I know y'all know what I'm talking about. And I'll pause right there. Thank you for having me up, Kojo. I'll let the brother give his final word. My apologies for blabbing today.
No, you're good. Oh, sorry. Jay, I'm so sorry. I know I skipped you. Sean, please bring your benediction. We'll talk after anyway. We'll do after talk. You really know. But talk to us. What are you saying?
So, good people, we have had a lively conversation for the last 4.5 hours. And I think we've displayed here today how the meeting of the minds can produce great things, right? It takes a multitude of perspectives to affect change, right? Statistics are important, facts are important, solutions are important, right? But what's most important is communication. Right? Because communication keeps marriages together. Communication keeps friendships together. Communication is important. And not just communication with one another, but communication with God. I know this is a platform that is God-centered, God-founded, and God through and through. So we know that communication, as my good sister Jay so eloquently put it earlier, without God, we have nothing. With God, we can overcome the insurmountable. And it's that faith, right? You know, and not to get preachy, but it's that faith that can overcome the obstacles, many of which some of our brothers have presented, which are true. But it's through faith, work, and effort that we get past the obstacles that are before us. And what I do know is that God made, designed, and created us to be a people that can overcome and do anything through him. Back to you, Coach.
Man, I appreciate you, Sean. I appreciate all the panelists: Chloe, Seaway, Nikes, Ludwin, Jay, Mrs. Z. I know Queen came on earlier as well. Thank you, ladies and gents, for having a respectful conversation. This was actually a very respectful conversation, you know, and I appreciate the passion that both sides brought to the conversation. Look, you know, we're not going to always agree, and we're not always going to come to the same conclusion, but at least we're, like you said, Sean, meeting of the minds. This is the beginning of conversation that we can start kind of going down a particular road of solutions and moving us forward. So honestly, audience, thank you so much. You lot turned out strong for this conversation. conversation. I know it's late for you guys as well. It's like 6 a.m. for me. But you know, I appreciate you guys sticking with us and having this conversation. Listen, if you are joining us late, watch the replay, get involved, comment down in the comment section, let us know your thoughts for when we do part 2 on this as well. So much love and appreciation. We'll see you again very soon. If you haven't done so, like the live again. And yeah, we'll see you guys, I believe, on Thursday night for Married at First Sight. I believe Saturday night we're also there for Ready to Love as well. So more panel talks. And then next week we'll be back with the big discussion once more again. Whew, it's been interesting. Huh. Who would have thought it, eh? Not me. But you know what? We cannot leave you guys. Okay, you know I can't leave you guys on this note. I have to leave you guys on a warm note. So let me leave you on this note.
And baby girl, I hope you got the feeling. Vision's blurred, but all I see is you. And as I'm looking at Shakira in the...
Now, if some of you sang this song, maybe some of us will be married. And maybe some will stay married as well. We appreciate